We're playing this. I will do crowd control. Last day will be Sunday, and we will do it until I don't feel like it anymore. Because I'm already burnt out on Little Company, and I still have to do a modded game with a bunch of people. There's a stuff like in my face. Anyway, guys, I bought this outfit. Is it cute? How dare they release this? Very me-coded, like the hair. Look at this hair. And tell me, did you think I was gonna pass that up? Did you think? No. No. On my fucking birthday, they released that. I'm like, well, I mean, it's my birthday. I can do whatever I want today. So I got it. It was on purpose for sure. Yeah. Speaking of birthday, Wuthering Waves and Infinity Nikki don't do like Genshin Hoyoverse does. You get a little thing with some supplies. No supplies for you. Your birthday not special to Woowa or Nikki. Granted, they did give you a free outfit for Nikki's birthday, but that is beside... Did I... Really? I missed this? Hat? I don't want the old lady hat. That's an old lady church grandma hat. We're gonna do the main quest because if I don't do the main quest, I will never do it. Because I'm one of those people that avoids it until I'm way too far behind to catch up and then hate the game. I'm supposed to take a picture of this log. I gotta take a picture of the log. Hello? The log. The log. The log? The log? What do you want? You wanted a picture. You say picture log. Why this close? Why this close? Alright. Yeah, I gotta get my angle in here. That's good. Beautiful. I'm not messing with the coloring. It's left over from this last picture I took. I took a picture. Album. This, no, not that picture. This picture. This is my picture. I took a picture. And it was like sunset. So it was like all the contrast. But yeah, we have a long way to go. We gotta go back the other way. But that's where we're going. We're doing this. And then we're gonna... Wolf, for some reason, wants me to teach him to draw. We will be doing it digitally, which is unfortunate. Because, one, I don't draw with my computer. I use an app that is not available on computer. Because it's like iPad only. You know? And I don't know how to use... Photoshop to draw anymore. I haven't used Photoshop to draw since like 2012, 15, something like that. Long time ago. Ancient. Oh, we're just gonna fast travel. That's a long walk. Well, we're gonna be doing that later, and I'm gonna have Wolf stream up so you can see what he's doing, and then what I'm doing on the side where you can see what we're both doing. It's fine. It'll be fine. It's fine. So far, I haven't seen any encoding issues, so that's nice. Who am I talking to? The true test, though, is the hydrate redeem. Did you come to the gliding station for a trip to Prosperville? I am ready. Am I ready? Do I have the correct outfit? No, I do not. Whee. Oh, well, you and Wolf can learn together then. Haha. I don't know. It'll be a lot of trial and error. What button do I push? I don't know. He's using a free program. I'm using Photoshop, so... does anybody see the ominous water that is shoving me into? Oh my gosh, what the fuck? Let's play a game. Which one will it not drown me? Ah, shit. Not this side. Don't touch me. 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 I'm fine. It's fine. It's fine! A fun visual set piece. What? What are you talking?
That was close.
I mean...
PCs have been lost to water spouts before. And
a little
so,
bit.
when traveling, we're extra cautious. It's dangerous, but at least we still have a home to return to.
Are you just following me now? You're kind of bulky in the screen, you know. The water spout. Oh, looks like they have new outfits to this. That is not the hair that goes to that outfit. What the fuck? They don't even let us do that. Unless it's just the walking around. So I finally got, like, the new outfit for this. They don't let you put the makeup that comes with it on the abilities. So, like, if I was wearing that with the makeup and then I did the ability, it would take my makeup off.
Hey, Raggy! You're back! The leader is out trying to get help.
Is finding fabric even possible? Not one person in the entire supply chain is easy to deal with.
Oh man, look at his hole.
Just have a
Makeup
little
hides your
faith.
powers. It's pretty odd.
Another batch of mine tore this
Right?
morning. I'm starting
Haven't
to
they
come
seen Sailor
apart.
Moon Power Prism makeup?
Yes. He does always manage to help us pull through. Hope it's the same this time.
Huh? A strange human? Who are you?
Who are you?
It's okay. These are
I'm
my
Nikki.
friends, Nikki and Momo.
I'm fashion
Whoa,
incarnate.
Raggy, you made friends with humans.
You see my outfit?
Awesome.
Oh, it's
Little
the
bro,
mask. He
is the
can't see
leader
my
hunting
face.
for
Never
Floribel
mind.
Cloth again? When did he leave?
A bunch of days. And with the Florigale cloth shortage crisis, everybody has holes or tears, but nobody can get mended. He was really worried, so he went
You look
personally to
fine.
find a solution, but he hasn't returned yet.
Florigale cloth is mostly produced in Stoneville.
Oh my gosh. They animated the
Could we get
mask.
some from them?
Yeah, if only it were that easy. The Stoneville villagers are
My
friendly
mouse
with the
doesn't do that.
PCs, but they only allocate a fixed amount of Florigale cloth, and this they hand over to the Volunteer Corps. The Volunteer Corps keeps some of it for military supplies. The rest is distributed to all PCs in the Stone Tree clusters.
Imagine if they release a
the Forgotten
cyberpunk
gets is
outfit.
very
That would
limited.
be sick.
Even though our needs are
Like
greater.
a gas mask mask?
What I meant is, can't PCs, even forgotten PCs,
Copium?
request Florigale cloth from the dye workshop themselves?
No. It's a rule here in this region. We all agree to it. You see, even for Stoneville, their own production of Florigale cloth is also limited.
Given the limited production, it seems like the most efficient way. Just like with limited barbecue, only your mom can decide who gets what.
But not long ago, Stoneville encountered a bunch of issues. It impacted the dye workshop's Florigale cloth production. The
I'm
Volunteer
working
Corps
on
received
it, but
less
you
and
guys
less
keep
was
stopping
distributed.
me with your
For
sad
us here,
stories.
it's just not enough.
I remember when we went to see Mr. Spindle. He mentioned waiting for a Flora-Wish transportation official. Maybe the problem lies there.
Yeah, human affairs. We don't know. Right now, we have to trust our leader to have a trick up his sleeve.
Does he have sleeves?
I don't think there are hidden tricks. Your leader might be out there working hard for everyone, earning blinks to buy Florigale cloth.
That's way too realistic.
But
That's impossible. Florigale cloth is precious. You can't earn enough blings for it.
So, is
then
that
how
the
do
plan
people get
then?
Florigale cloth?
Just wait around until he gets back?
Not necessarily. Whether your leader has any tricks or not, we won't just wait for him to return. Maybe we can help patch up some of the forgotten who are in urgent need. That's your specialty, Raggy, right?
Yeah, I can definitely do that.
Momo and I will also help out however we can.
That would be great! While Raggy's been away, his childhood best friend, Miss Tally and also Dully, both took a turn for the worse. Please check on them.
You know, I could help with Florigale
Dully
cloth
and her brother
production
Dullin
if
live
you
up
guys weren't
ahead.
stopping me.
Let's go to Dully's first.
Oh, yeah. Guys,
I'm
we're
afraid
3
she may be
away
in a lot
from
of
doing the
pain.
Lego stream next month. For January. Isn't that exciting? You guys want to watch me build my ice castle?
There she is!
Yeah, I turned
Why is
the
it so dark here?
gain down so I could turn my game audio up for myself. That's why I'm talking louder. I turned this up. Because I want to be able to hear without a headset because my ears are bothering me. Is the game itself louder than me now? Do I need to turn the game audio down? Is that better? Bitter. Bitter! Sounds okay at the moment? Okay. Well, I turned it down. Hopefully when... What is that? Ew! I don't like it. That's super not cute. Kill it with fire. I don't want it. You guys see a star in the... Never mind, I found it. When the Christmas sub-go stream. Christmas sub-go stream is Christmas Eve. Or the 23rd. I'm not sure when we're actually doing Christmas. I think we do it on Christmas Eve and then we do dinner Christmas Day. So let's say the 23rd then. In 3 days. I set that up too. I currently have 3 monitors plugged in. When I turned my computer on, it got really confused because of all the monitors and shoved things in different directions. It made my main monitor, not the middle like the middle monitor as the main monitor, but my main one is the left one. So it put the left one on the right, but the right one's on the left, and I couldn't find my mouse. I don't worry about it. You got family, friend stuff. That's what the Christmas is for anyway. You go do that stuff. Don't worry about my silly little stream. You don't have to watch. It's okay. It's fine. I missed the jump. What am I doing? I'm distracted. There's glittery stuff happening everywhere. Glitter! I like glitter as a concept, but not in practice.
Can one person attack the Stone Crown and the Volunteer Corps?
Plus, Christmas
Don't
stream
be
is how I
rash,
hang out
Darwin.
with
There must
Bestie.
be
Also,
other ways
I
to
paid
solve
to get
this.
that goal. I want to see.
Braggy, Dolly is in bad shape. I need Florigale
Well, you
cloth
could watch
now.
the
It
VOD.
doesn't matter how.
Brother, it's better to go with the 2 of us.
Oh, she's
Even
a
with two,
baby.
there's no hope of winning.
Dully sounds incredibly weak. She needs treatment right now. Raggy and I can treat her temporarily.
A temporary treatment? Will that work? We don't have Florigale cloth, and we don't have Sis Pollen.
I have
So there's
Sis Pollen.
not even any light in here. In this gloomy place, not even the faintest light.
No wonder it's so dark.
Well, that means I
All
can't.
3 lamps,
and
they're
stuff
out.
interact. You
I
don't
can help
have
you
any
get Sis Pollen.
points.
And Raggy can help patch
You're
up
broke
Dully.
now.
That's right. I'm great at that. Just look at my own patchwork.
I've never heard Raggy mention it before. Well, I guess we have to try everything now. Since that rainy night when we were all born, Dolly and I have been there for each other.
Still got channel points.
Even though we couldn't remember who we are or where we're from,
You
we
don't
both
have any
had a
neon.
feeling
I'm
as
so-
if we once relied on each other and walked a long,
Is that delayed?
long
Why
road
is that-
together.
Dolan!
I can't imagine life without my sister. Please, you have to save her.
Rest assured, I will do my best. Dolly's condition is severe. She's not only torn, but rot is setting in. It's a delicate procedure. This will
I've
take a
done
while.
that to Ringy.
We need lighting first. I'll prepare some Sizz pollen.
When he did those videos for his sim game week of just recorded stuff, I sent things as if I was in a live chat. Why didn't that work? Where's my hydrate redeem game? Boruto? Hydrate? Where is it? Why is it working? Wanna work? Enter. I think Warudo is confused because like nothing else is slow on my computer, but Warudo is not doing things, it appears. I wonder if the snow is confusing it. That's unfortunate. Maybe it's hitting the snow and getting confused. Because the snow's got collision detection on. Ah! I don't know. It's still moving really slow. Well, my stream is fixed, but now my redeems are broken. Oh well. That's another time's problem. That's for future you. Not current you. But this. Yep. Shh. Mama, you don't have to say it every lamp. What is the other thing? Oh, up here.
Dolly, don't worry. The lights are on. You'll be fine. I feel a lot better now. Thank you.
That's great, Dolly. Thank you, Raggy. We can hold on a bit longer until our leader comes back.
Listen. If anything else comes up, ask me for help. I'll be there, I promise.
We can always count on you, Raggy. I also want to thank you, human stylist and feline creature.
Feline
My
creature.
name is Momo.
We haven't seen many humans here, and the wish collector rarely comes. You must have come here for a special reason.
To find the
Whatever
wish
your
collector.
reason is, I hope you get what you wish for. May the Silver Gale be with you.
I'm
Things
allergic
here are
to
worse than I
birds.
thought.
Not really.
I gotta
just
hurry
don't
home and
wanna
check
deal
on
with
Miss
the
Tally.
bird. The bird's basically a god. I don't like that. I was out with my fiance the other day.
Little by little, Raggy collected those shredded
And
fabrics.
I made a
If they
noise,
were lost,
and he
he'd be
was
really
like,
upset.
"Did you just make a
I have to
gremlin
find them.
noise?" And I'm like,
I
"Did you
have
just
to.
call me gremlin?"
Miss Tally,
And the
your health is more important than
IRL?
those shreds of fabric. Please stop running around. If your wound tears open again.
Giroda? What are you doing here?
You're fraternizing with PCs?
It's crazy.
Nikki, Momo! This big fuzzy rat.
I'm Raggy! You dirty spy! How dare you come to my house? Were you trying to suppress a future member of the Volunteer Corps? My shredded fabric reserves! Was it you? Did you do this?
Why does it have to do with me? They were blown away by the wind. Besides, I have no interest in your dirty rag collection.
How dare you call them dirty rags?
Dirty rags! Dirty rags! So what?
Giroda, stop fighting.
Raggy, stop it!
Miss Tally! Miss Tally!
Oh no! Miss Tally's wound tore open again. She was looking for your stupid rags the wind blew away. She was supposed to be resting. And now...
This is all my fault.
The important thing now is treatment.
Did she just die?
Raggy, start patching up her wound.
Patching her up is going to be painful. Her tear is very severe.
The rag thing
She'll get too
fainted.
anxious.
Oh.
Nikki,
I thought she died.
please, could you use the violinist outfit to play some music and soothe Miss Tally's nerves?
Excuse
No
me,
problem.
sir.
Leave it to me.
It's raining. You cannot bring a violin out in rain. Tis wooden. Tis wooden. There's no roof here. Tis wooden. No violin for you. Storm. You see rain? No violin. No. Whoa. You always had that huge ass tear on your head. I cannot believe you are making me do this. Also, it makes me push buttons. Look, it's not doing it. It knows it's raining. Oh, there goes the rain. So... Did it? At least
She's
that
all
one was
patched up.
buttons.
Her
I
pain
can't do wahs
was
with that.
terrible, though. She'll be asleep for a while.
Play sorry a song. I don't
Miss
know how to
Tally
do
is a
that.
very kind PC.
Almost.
I hope she gets better soon and never suffers like this again. I was exploring deep in the stone tree clusters, tracking down the Prophet and the Wish Collector. Then I came across two Wish Collectors, and both
Oh.
had floral gliding outfits. I got
Duh.
confused, then lost, then tired and hungry.
You eat?
You're
You eat.
super lucky that PCs didn't catch you and beat you up.
That's true.
And then I arrived here.
Momo
And then here I
is like
found these PCs.
the
They're
other
different
half
from
of
the
my
other
soul.
ones. They aren't as hostile towards Feywish sprites. When I
Little
was at
obsessed with
camp,
barbecue.
little bro found me a
but
safe place to sleep.
People just
and Miss
assume I'm
Tally,
obsessed with
she
barbecue
fed
'cause
me,
we're from
gave me a
the
nice
South.
warm meal.
They don't hate the Feywish sprites. But Raggy...
He's not wrong. The Forgotten PCs don't hate the Feywish sprites. Maybe it's because they've forgotten everything, including why the Wishing One died and all the feuding since. So, there's been a few times when Forgotten PCs have sheltered Feywish sprites. The Volunteer Corps confiscated their Florigale cloth. But I'm different. I'm joining the Volunteer Corps and... Besides, I'll never forgive Feywish sprites for everything they've done.
It's not like Gerota did it himself.
Everyone here admires you and supports your dream. But the way I see it, you've been neglectful of everyone in your life, including Miss Tally. Her tearing and her pain didn't just start recently. She's always been short of Florgale cloth. That's the truth. If you'd noticed earlier, you could have helped mend her wounds.
But I can only become a guardian by joining the volunteer
Dang,
corps.
get called out. Snap.
Well, you want to
Get
become a
him,
guardian.
Gerota.
I want to become a
Get
knight.
him.
And neither of us has succeeded. I guess I have no right to judge you.
Don't be discouraged. Besides, it's too early for you to doubt yourselves now. Anyway, we'll find the wish collector soon. Raggy's dream will be in reach as soon as we do.
But can shredded fabric really be crafted into premium Florigale cloth?
That's what our leader told me. He said if we can collect a room full of shredded fabric, the wish collector's ability outfit can turn them into premium Florigale cloth.
That doesn't
That's
sound like
why
the law of
I've
equivalent
collected for
exchange.
many years. Once we find the wish collector, we can get premium Florigale cloth. And then I'll patch up this big hole. pass
Someone
the
call
volunteer corps'
Edward
physical
Elric.
Exam, officially join them,
Let him
and become a
explain
great guardian.
the law of
So
equivalent
that's why Raggy's
exchange.
been so keen on finding the wish collector. It's the last step of his big plan. If it's something an ability outfit can do, it should be possible. But I don't think I can acquire an ability outfit like that.
Our leader said only the wish collector from Stoneville, who's been dealing with Florigale cloth for years, can acquire this
Al
kind of
is
ability
straight up a
outfit.
better character. You are
In
so
short,
right.
After I join the volunteer corps and become a guardian, I can help mend
Ironic
everyone.
that the little brother is the voice of reason.
It's our leader!
Mr.
Our
X,
leader is back.
little bro.
Those
Well,
voices are coming from the camp.
our leader
Nikki,
has
let's go
returned
take a
with
look.
Florigale cloth. Wait, I didn't get those. Hold thoughts, everyone. Hold your thoughts and your prayers. I gotta get this do stuff. Where is it? Okay, I'm coming. I'm coming. Oh my gosh, it's so important. There's... Oh. Hey,
Nikki,
what's...
they're surrounded by Esslings.
I'll go and purify them.
I did it. That had no sound. That has no sound. That also has no sound. Oh, he seems like an asshole too.
Hey! Hey! It's really him!
Our leader's returned!
No thoughts, head empty. That's fair.
Sir!
It's our leader!
I've only
Eileen!
been gone a few days, and there's already Esslings here. How
You
dare
don't have a
they?
fucking name?
Huh? A human, a Fey-Wish sprite, and a cat? That's rare.
He's not a cat, he's
Nikki.
Momo.
And these are my friends, Momo and Gerota.
Nikki the stylist. I've heard about you. Your name is all over Stoneville. You did well just now. What reward do you want?
We want to reach the Stone Crown, so we need your help to feed the Catapult Seal King.
I can't allow you to go to the Stone Crown.
You can too. You're not the
Why?
boss of me.
The Wish Collector is in grave danger. We were told that he went to the Stone Crown. I have to bring him back.
The Stone Crown has fallen. The Volunteer Corps base was attacked by a powerful, corrupted monster. Now, the Volunteer Corps is completely cut off. What's more, Esslings are spreading throughout the abandoned district. I found out just in time.
I
and
bet it's
repelled
from
those
an
near the
anime,
Stonedew
knowing you.
Flora. Everything happening is extremely odd. And with that huge monster, going to the Stone Crown now means certain death.
Nikki, do we really have to go?
Maybe we should figure out a thorough plan first.
The Volunteer Corps was our
Probably.
most powerful enemy. If they're really defeated,
His voice made me think of
I-
JoJo.
I'm starting to get scared.
No. The
Like a
volunteer corps are
narrator-ish
guardians.
voice.
They can't be defeated.
But I don't even know if there's a
Stop talking
narrator in
nonsense, Fey-Wish
JoJo.
Sprite.
Thankfully, they have that hard-nosed commander. They should be able to hold out. I need to find a way to contact the Stylists Guild. As for the Wish Collector, that's a challenge.
But I need the Wish Collector as soon as possible. Finally, I collected a room full of shredded fabric. I'll patch up this big hole with premium Florgale cloth. Then I can help. I can fight powerful enemies.
It won't work. Raggy, your wish can't come true. D'Artagnan won't leave the Stone Crown alive.
Whoa.
Please,
Google
please
it.
allow us to go to the Stone
Okay,
Crown.
good luck. Let me know if
No,
they
no, no, no.
actually posted
Just
the
send me.
voice rolls yet.
At least let me go there. Let them shred me. I just want to fight for myself.
Nonsense!
Why are you so
I suppose
desperate?
it's finally time I tell you the truth. There is no such thing as premium Florgale cloth. There is no ability outfit that can make it either.
Go figure.
It's a lie.
How can that be?
Back then, the Volunteer Corps used premium Florgale cloth as an excuse to not accept you.
Oh, are
At
we
that
acting
time,
surprised, Ulysses?
with your wishes crushed, your body and spirit were on the brink of collapse. I was forced to turn to the Volunteer Corps to give you a reason to live.
But in reality, what you gave Raggy was false hope built around a lie. That's just too cruel.
I mean, it kept his ass alive,
So-
though.
Everything I've been pursuing
Telling him now was kind of a mistake, though.
is a dream that will never come true.
If you're gonna tell that kind of
I
lie,
never imagined you'd
Those
collect
bust
an
no cast
entire
list. That's
room
what
full
I
of
said.
shredded fabric.
Nikki,
Aptitude
day.
and grit exceeded the requirements of the Volunteer Corps.
I'll fucking
But
show
no
you what
matter
I
how
meant.
hard you
You
try,
crazy.
They won't let you join.
I don't know how
That is the
more
cruel
obvious I could
truth.
be when I said the arch above the
You're
bridge.
making fun of me. And my wishes, aren't you?
It's time to give it up, Raggy. You have no reason to go to the Stone Crown.
I can't give up. I won't.
Now he's living out of
Give up.
spite.
Raggy! Sir, he...
The
Now you have to
imaginary
give me
premium
permission.
Florgale cloth would patch up Raggy's tear, and the tears in all of our hearts. But it's all just a fabrication. Maybe I was wrong.
It doesn't matter. Right now, Raggy needs our support. I'll go check on him.
You're right. When he's upset, he goes alone to the stone steles at the very top.
Nikki, let's check out the stone steles at the top.
Ah. Day, do you recognize the leader's voice, perchance? They sometimes very weeby. Nope. No? Alright. Shiny stuff. Come on. Money. Treasure. Wait. Let's just wait a second. Okay, now launch me. Open. I've done this thing. Sometimes I have to look up a VA to know where I've heard them before. Yeah, there's no cast list for Infinity, Nikki. Enfold hides their cast list. You can't find it for, Love and Deep Space either. Oh my gosh, Raggy, I'll be there in just a second. Ew, it's the thing again. Ugh. I may have told the population of Earth, but there's still worms. Perhaps that should have been my focus all along, is ridding the Earth of worms. This is what I was talking about. You're looking for an hourglass so that you can see the picture. Oh my gosh, Raggy, I'll be there in just a second. Don't be sad. Ah, this is such an important time and I am on my way in such a very big hurry. I promise. Very important. So important, in fact, that I am not stopping for anything. Weird they do that. How are people supposed to get their credit? Well, specifically for Love in Deep Space, they didn't want people being weird to the cast because fucking Love in Deep Space fans are fucking weird. Like, really weird. They want people being sus to the actors.
Raggy.
I don't know why they're hiding
Stone
this cast
steles.
list.
They were set by the Forgotten Pieces. We carved the fragments of memories we could recall. The precious memories gathered from our time as Pieces. And also, our deepest wishes.
Did you look on the
One
bridge or did you
time,
look
I
on the arch
carved my own
above the
wish
bridge?
here to become a guardian. Is a guardian. Some words can't be seen because of this hole. Even though I've forgotten everything, I still believe these few words relate to my owner and the wish that gave me life.
So
That too. It could be that they
Raggy
don't
was born
want to
from
be
cloth that
associated
had
with the
is a
girly
guardian
game.
written on it.
And the volunteer corps are guardians?
Yeah.
Is that why you keep trying
Like
to join?
Yes.
there's
in
instances
Stonewood,
of you
only the
seeing like,
volunteer
oh,
corps
faith and
referred to as
humanity restored
guardians.
kind of feelings, but
They
most of the
protect
time,
secret of the artifact, as well as all pieces.
most of the time it's just like, man, we as a
Volunteer
species
corps
kind of
member
suck.
is a guardian. In order to fill in that blank, I keep persisting. I can't accept it. I refuse.
I'm curious. Guardians. Do they have to look a certain way?
I was also wondering. From the viewpoint of the Feywish sprites, the volunteer corps aren't guardians. They're the thieves who stole the artifact. For us, the guardians are the paladins of the Wishmaster.
From what I see, whether it's protecting Beanie from bullies, confronting the captain of the paladins, tirelessly patching up everyone's wounds, or being determined to reach the stone crown alone, Raggy is already a guardian.
However, when he ignores his friends and only focuses on joining the volunteer corps, he's not being much of a guardian. What is a guardian? What goes in the blank? It might be that the only true answer lies within Raggy himself.
Within myself?
Can you see any hourglasses?
I've never thought about it before. But during our adventures
How have you been playing
together,
this game so much
I've
and
come to
are
realize
behind me
something.
on the main story?
I adore Stonewoods. I love the wheat fields,
You're the main fucking
the
story.
bustling market, the choo-choo trains.
You haven't even
And I
unlocked
also
everything.
cherish the tranquil stone steles.
I like it here too. Gliding in Stonewoods reminds me of the countryside
Flipping.
outside my hometown.
I also really like Nikki and Momo. You two are the best adventure companions.
Nodding my
No
head like
matter
that
what
made me
happens, we'll
dizzy.
forge ahead together. I'm honored to call myself a misfit. Thank you.
Misfit? What's a misfit? I want to be one. Welcome to the club. You definitely have what it takes to be a member.
I think I get it. Even if I can't join the volunteer corps or find the wish that brought me to life, I have something better, a powerful wish, all of my own. I can't let
It's also
corrupted
probably because
monsters
I
trample
might
this
do have
land or hurt
ear
my
infection.
friends.
That's the spirit.
Fartigal.
Guardians or
Needs
not,
worse.
we'll go to the stone crown together.
Nikki, have you figured out a good plan?
No.
What we need more than a plan is determination. No matter what, we have to bring Louise's father back. We also need to capture the Prophet and resolve the coma case. Then we need to acquire the miracle outfit. Momo, we need to be determined.
This just sounds like
Determination.
not having a plan.
But with determination, we can pull it off. And with all
Still
the
need a plan.
misfits together, nothing can get in our way. Here's the hat I designed for our group.
Yo, new hat. I can't wear that with my hood. It lets you layer things with the hood,
Until
but it
now,
doesn't put it under the
I
hood.
thought
It puts it on top
I'd
of the
never
hood.
have the chance to use it.
Determination.
now,
Is this a shonen
Nikki,
series?
Momo,
No, it's a shoujo
Rhoda,
series.
I want you to have it.
Magic and the power of
then
friendship.
We'll head to the Stone Crown together.
Okay, let's go!
I have to take off my jacket thing to wear that. Are you telling me to wear that? Are we going over there? Whoa. That stone tree is very ominous. It's brown? I ain't wearing that. See? Friendship, power of friendship.
Come on. We'll head to the gliding station for the Stone Crown.
I'm not wearing that.
Come
I don't
on,
do
misfits.
brown.
Move out!
To the Stone Crown. Let's go! Sir,
I was the
Oh,
one who
he's
was
wearing
wrong.
the hat.
So why are you stuttering?
Why is his all
Keep in
raggedy?
mind.
The one he gave me was
sir.
nice.
sir, we're still going to the Stone Crown.
Why didn't he keep the nice
Don't
one for
try to stop
himself?
us.
I see. You're determined.
Obviously.
You're willing to give us a chance?
Young lady, that's not what I said.
Well, we'll just
But
push
sir,
through you.
Isn't your plan to ask the Stylist Guild to help fight the corrupted monster? It's not that complicated. You have a stylist right here.
You,
It is a nice hat.
young lady, you're just a junior stylist.
Excuse me.
I'm also rising quickly. Before I left, Dada, the head of the Stylist Guild herself, tasked me with the coma case investigation. So, I'm the investigator appointed by the Stylist Guild. Even if you contact them now, they wouldn't send anyone else.
I see you've learned how to bluff.
It's not a bluff.
Also, as far as I know, contacting the Stylist Guild in Florawish isn't easy for PCs. Isn't that right? Otherwise, you would have done it.
They wouldn't have sent anyone anyway.
Fine, you're right. But first, you
None of
need
that
to
was a
prove your
fucking
styling
bluff.
skills to me. If you're really as good as you say,
Oh,
Awesome!
alright. You want
Nikki,
to see
you got this.
fashion? Chad, don't
Nikki, the
look.
rising stylist who
Chad,
claims to
don't
be an
look. I have to look at the
investigator, Time
points.
to show me what you've
Chad,
got.
don't look.
I, as the leader of the Forgotten PCs, will decide the theme.
Alright.
The styling challenge theme will be Braveheart. I'll be examining your whim very strictly. Are you ready to go?
Chad, don't look. I don't have that many pieces, and none of them are leveled up. I'm ready. Elegant. Alright. Elegant. Oh, I gotta clear everything. It's gonna make me... Chad, don't look. Can't do that. These socks. The shoes. That's fine. Whatever's got the most of points. Ooh, that one's 5-star. Nice. Nobody look at that. It's fine. Maybe not that one. Take that off. Nothing there. This. I don't know if that's gonna be enough points. We'll give it a shot. This is the Infinity Nikki life. I don't think I have enough points. It looks like he wants thousands of, like, 10k maybe. I'm gonna fall just short, I think. Halfway. Oh, just short. Alright. We gotta go find... Shut the fuck up. You are ugly. I gotta go level up stuff. I haven't been doing that because it's expensive. Expensive. Oh. Help. My money. Try again. What's that? A survey. Give us cool poses instead of cutesy poses. Let's try again. Don't look. Close your eyes. That's better. Look at that increase. Don't look but this stream. No, just close your eyes while they show off the fit. Okay, that's not the real fashion. This is, I have to look at the points of the items fashion. It is not radio broadcast. Look how perfect my outfit is. Perfect. Perfect.
Your whim is much more
Mixed
advanced than any
messages.
rookie.
Oh.
No wonder the stylist skilled. and
Imagine
trusted a
how
young lady
perfect my
like you.
outfit is.
I will help you reach the stone crown.
I'll be careful. My first hit will take it out. You'll see.
Well, that's one way to do it.
Yes, sir.
You finally understand. You know you can't join the volunteer corps.
I don't know what to believe anymore.
Stone crown.
That's not
I
my
used
fashion
to see
set.
this big hole and the fate of the forgotten as a question with only one answer. I truly believe some shredded fabric.
It
would
is that
solve everything.
copium mastermind.
But now, I want to come up with my own answer.
I don't need
If you
copium.
want an apology,
I'm fashionable. I can
You'll
do
have to
outfits.
wait
I just
until
can't
you get
draw
back.
them. I can't draw
stay
clothing.
alive, kid.
No need to
I
apologize, sir.
cannot.
Oh, can you help me deliver some Floragale cloth to, Flora the choo-choo station attendant?
You're something. All right. I'll wait for you by the capital Steel King under the stone crown. After I've helped you feed it, I'll help you
Rude.
with that too.
Rod. All right. Now it's just weird. You got that over the mask. Mustaches go under masks. Masks kiss. Missy misses. Yes, I'm ready. Let go. Oh, I gotta change the outfit ability. I think I'm remembering now. We're accessorizing. Alright, do I win the Infinity Nikki challenge? The only thing else I can put on is the witch hat. It's Sophie's favorite. Oh, did I see what time we will be switching to the art stuff? Wolf is available for his time. So I think that's 3 hour time. Beep, 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 beep. I'm definitely gonna get hit by that. I don't remember. Well, we'll be switching at 3, I think, hour time. And we're gonna let that pass. Go. Go, 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 go. Don't touch me! Don't touch me! I'm fine. I'm fine. He's fine. Tornado screams. Tornado! We're not afraid of tornadoes. One time, there was like, whichever one isn't like, oh, we visibly see a funnel. It's the one where it's like, we think a funnel might form. Warning, alert, or whatever. Somebody up here was like, hey, can I wait until stay at the plasma center until that goes away? And I'm just sitting there staring at them because they drive in blizzards. Blizzards, zero visibility. And I'm just sitting there like, go home. What do you mean? It's not even formed. Go. It's just windy. That's all that means. You're fine. Drive home. Get out of my center. I don't want to see you anymore. I didn't say that, but I thought it. Oh my god. Look at all the sparklies. And they're not real. They're fake. Fake bug. I am getting flashbacks to that one island in Genshin that was all misty and shit. Fuck that island. That was annoying. I just needed mushrooms for tomato. Yeah, that one. I just wanted fucking mushrooms. I'm a fairy princess. Ooh. I fell in the water. There it is. Right there. I can see it. Click it. Aha! I can't grab it. The ledge is narrow. Hello? Got it. Bye-bye. Alright, I got the stuff. Shush, mama. Silencio, momo. Silencio. Atap. Ah, fuck. Burp, burp, burp. Eeminy. Hello, Seal King. Whoa.
Here, have some super delish fish jerky.
He's a happy seal.
Feeding this guy. It'd be easier to find 10 pieces of Florgale cloth. Head to the summit. I'll head to the choo-choo station later.
Alright, up. Let's go. Pardon me, what are you guys doing here? Need some detergent? May the silver cloak, gale cloak, your hat. Very clippy. You understand what he's... Not a clue. I was saying many PCs were badly hurt. Cage greed. If only silver something injured PCs. I can help. Awesome. No, just in learning the red. Yeah. Comic quill, blah, 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 blah. What do you want? Let me think. We've got Threads of Purity. Threads of Purity are commonly used stylists. They're strong and look great, so you could use... Thank you. 10? Okay. Enjoy. Ah, kind girl weaving threads of hope with gentle hands. Blah 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 blah. Random quest started. I don't want to help them. They're assholes. Whoa.
Get lost! This is no place for you to wild out! Charge!
What are you guys doing to that baby bird?
Shall we?
Never thought I'd go into battle with a Feywish sprite. Charge!
What are we doing to this baby bird? Have you guys tried giving it a bath? Ah! What are they doing? Why are they beating up a baby bird? Dorota! Raggy! You fool!
Raggy!
finally protected.
Stitch him! What the fuck?
Dorota, get everyone out. I'll handle this one.
One hit. What am I?
Looks like we can
Oh.
use these floating platforms to make our way to the top. That's it! Just like that!
Ah!
Those spikes look dangerous! Watch out! They're infused with dark essence!
Alright.
Almost finished! Don't give up now!
Why so tall? No tall. Oh shit.
Coming after us! Run!
I'm running. At least I'm wearing boot or tennis shoes. What am I supposed to do? That bird changed
Looks like we can use
colors.
these floating platforms to make our way to the top.
Momo, shut up!
Careful! It's summoning more Esslings!
The fuck? I didn't even touch the purple part. That was bullshit. Oh, the poor baby bird. What's that? I go touch it. Hey,
I'm alive!
hey,
Human! Thank you!
can you wait?
How's Raggy?
He's been taken to a safe place, our temporary outpost. Our
That's all
commander
fine
is
and dandy,
overseeing
but
to
my
his treatment
reward
himself.
for defeating boss. Boss drop. Thank you. Gimme. Oh my god, look at these bird slippers. They're so cute. I don't know what the fuck you would style that shit with, but wow. Oh, wow. Pajamas. Dark pajamas. Raggy!
Greetings, Stylist. Thank you for saving the Volunteer Corps. I'm the commander, Cape Theo. Raggy is in bad shape. We use the best Florigale cloth we have to patch him up, but you should prepare for the worst.
Raggy.
How did this happen?
Bird PJs. Yeah.
Nikki. Momo.
And the hood, instead of a hood, is
Raggy
actually a pillow. You just flip it up and you
was
can
torn
lay it
apart.
on anything, anywhere.
Trying to save me.
You were fighting for the Volunteer Corps
Dorota looks
and
so
for the
cute in that
safety
hat.
of the entire region. Don't blame yourselves. Stylist Nikki, I know this may not be a good time, but I need your help with something.
Well, that's too bad.
What is it?
I mean,
I'm
what?
sure you
What do you
know
want?
of the Wishing One's supreme artifact, the Orium Vase.
Oh,
Now, it's at risk of being stolen.
by whom?
The Orium Vase. Is that its name? It really exists?
Well, yeah, it's a fucking artifact,
Guarding it is
Nikki.
the responsibility of the Volunteer Corps. But now, it's at risk of being stolen. And we don't have the power to defend it.
I have power.
Stylist Nikki, I need you to go to the hiding place of the Orium Vase, bring it here, and deliver it to me. After that, the Volunteer
That
Corps
writing was a little
will
weird.
protect it. With our very lives.
So where is it?
In the choo-choo train locomotive.
What? It's just hidden in plain sight?
Well, yeah.
It may look like a regular train, but don't underestimate it. It's actually an impenetrable vault chugging along under everyone's noses.
The train conductor's log mentions another wish collector appearing suddenly and getting close to him. If he is the prophet, the Orium Vase is the target.
We became aware of the
Dun,
prophet
dun, dun.
after the train conductor fell into a coma. The corrupted monster rampage validates my theory again. Moments ago, we sent troops to the choo-choo station to activate the emergency plan. Soon the entire train will be under the protection of the Ghost Protocol. Even without the Volunteer Corps' protection, entering the locomotive will be near impossible. Nikki, you need to get the Orium Vase earlier than this so-called prophet. Only a powerful stylist like you can do it.
On it.
I get it now. Thank you for your trust.
On
If
it
you're all going,
like
I'll
bread
stay here with
and
Reggie.
butter. Bread on butter?
Thank you so much.
Bread on
Amanda.
butter.
Oh, that's right. And there's one more thing. Commander, is D'Artagnan the wish collector at the Stone Crown?
He is, but he's also in a coma. It's truly amazing he made it here while semi-conscious. You can rest assured, though, here in the outpost, he's in good hands.
That's a relief. Finally, some good news.
This is a special token made by the Volunteer Corps. When the train attendant guarding the Orium vase sees this, they'll allow you to take the vase.
Woo.
Nikki, take this. Go to the choo-choo station.
Did they put him
May
face
the
down?
Silvergale be with you.
Did they lay face down? Raggy! Oh, okay, never mind. He was fine, and then he wasn't. Oh well. Where am I going? Head away. Fast traveling? Fast traveling. That way. This way? This one. This one. Let's go! Autonomy movement. There we go. Money. We need that after leveling up those clothes. Am I going up this way? I am now. Whoops. Down. That way. How? Treasure! 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 Hello. Excuse me.
What now? Oh, should I go take a look?
Did you guys
What
crash
happened?
the train?
Human! Freeze!
It's okay. Keep
What
still.
I do?
Commander of the Volunteer Corps sent us. We're here to retrieve the Orium vase and bring it to them for safekeeping.
He gave us his special token as proof. Theo, I never expected him to send a human. You're just in time. After the Volunteer Corps notified us, old Fanny Packy, our driver, got on the train to activate the Ghost Protocol and get the artifact out of here. Just as old Fanny Packy went in, I heard Essling screeching from inside. I'm worried something happened to him before...
I have a purification outfit. I can help him.
Do we have to tell everybody about all
No
the clothes
wonder
we
he
have?
entrusted you. I'll have to step up my game too. Human, I'll take you aboard the ghost train.
Let's ghost it. Oh, wait. I mean, going ghost. Going ghost, guys. Going ghost. You know, like Danny Phantom. Yo, Danny Phantom, he was just 14 when his parents built a very strange machine. It was designed to view a world unseen. When it didn't quite work, his folks just quit. And Danny took a look inside of it. I whacked it. It broke. Stop it! What's with the jump scares? I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like it. Creepy. Am I in a haunted house? Happy unbirthday? Wait, does that mean I'm 28 now? Instead of 29? Bing, bing. One of these is gonna fucking move, and I'm not a fan of it. Can I go up? Can I go up? Okay. Can I go up here? Okay, let's see if there's stuff. Up. No stuff. Okay, the cat one's kind of cute. Or is it a bat? Catch bat? Catch bat goes? Oh, there's this. Ah! What? What the fuck? What the fuck was that shit? Yeah, I hate this level. What's wrong with this level?
It's starting. It's old Fanny Packy. The ghost protocol only activates when the train starts. He must be protecting the artifact and leaving.
We'll head there now.
Is it spooky? Oh, the ghost. Ah. Okay, that's annoying. Ah, fucking hit my head on something. I can't see to get up. God, this reminds me of the creepy part on the Polar Express, the Forgotten Toys or whatever. You're invisible. I'm fine. Fuck you! What the fuck? That was cheap. That's it. Spooky shit in my fucking. Ah! This ghost is in the way. Okay, fine. Fine. Luckily, the ghost still has a shadow. Stop! I don't like this! Let's translate. Fuck. God damn you, cat. Ugh. What is that? Ah. Alright, stopping me was rude. You almost made me get hit by the other one. Okay. This is fine. Everything's fine. It's fine. Hey. Alright. What is that? Lore? I'm not reading that. Alright, this is... This isn't sus at all. It's gonna be okay. No, it's not okay. It's suspicious. Lore? Interesting. Fascinating. Lamb chili. Okay, back to the ghosts. Alright, listen, you little fucking worm. Uh-huh. Interesting. Very fascinating. That's a lot of reading. That thing hasn't necessarily gotten me. I stand here, thank you. Hey, you're not gonna touch me, are you? I can't see your shadow. Yep. Ah! I'm on my way. Help is on the way, dear. Help is on the way. Okay, never mind.
Nikki, look! The Prophet! We're speeding up. Is he crashing the train to get the Orion base? We need to stop the train.
I'm trying. Adding a time limit was unnecessary. No, kitties! Kitties!
Nikki, we have to stop the train as soon as possible.
I'm working on it. I can't do much here. I'm doing my fucking best. Ah! Fuck. Ah! I fell off. Oh, thank you. That was a nice place to put me back. To be honest. Good thing you were confused.
Running out, Nikki.
I'm up! Why? Why was it doing that? There was nothing for it to possibly be hitting.
The artifact is gone already.
The fact that my outfit switched in the middle of the cutscene is funny. Yank it! Oh no, we don't have a strength outfit. Push Momo! Ha, we don't need an outfit for strength. I feel like that's going to speed us up. Oh. I'm confused at the direction we were in. How do we stop?
Yay!
Thank you. Who are
I am Nikki.
I'm Nikki.
Number
the
one
volunteer
junior
corps sent me to retrieve
stylist.
the Orion base.
Supposedly junior. You guys saw
Commander
my
gave me
battle
this
outfit? You guys saw my battle outfit? I'm like top tier stylist. Momo wearing a belt of hill giant strength as a hood fastener.
Luckily, I reacted in time. I knew his target was the Orion base. I took it out long ago and kept it with me. All right, I'll leave it to you.
Where were
human
you
stylist.
keeping that? You don't have
The
pockets.
supreme artifact of the Wishing One. The
Supreme
Orion base.
artifact. Look how
I've
shiny.
safeguarded it
What is in
for
it?
many long
Is it edible
centuries.
glitter? Edible gold?
It is a sacred artifact for all PCs. It's also borne witness to millennia of unfulfilled desires, of struggles and searching.
Whoa, it's so shiny.
It's striking.
Wishes. They're such beautiful things.
Ooh, shiny. You know what sucks? Even if you had one of those like jars in real life, it wouldn't have the
The key to
sparkly
acquiring the
magic-y
complete
stuff.
Wishful Arosa outfit
It's empty.
is the Orion vase.
It's also the Prophet's goal. Although we got the Orion vase, we don't know where the Prophet went to.
He probably won't give up so easily. But first, we need to hurry up and return it.
Yes.
Momo, let's go.
Go on.
Wait, where's the
all
fastener
up to
for his
you now.
cloak? It's
Consider
more
it
like a poncho. It doesn't have a clasp.
Uh,
It's not even a cloak. It's a hooded poncho.
I've got the inspiration for another piece of the Wishful Arosa outfit.
Why are you talking on the loading screen? Another piece. Wait, where did I... This one? Yes. Acquire. Wow. Wow, that looks itchy. That looks itchy. Alright. Ooh, look at that. Money. Ming, 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 ming. Doop, 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 doop. The fact that their stuff is like sparkly draws my attention, but it's not interactable, and then I get upset because I'm like, how dare you draw my attention and then not be interactable? Like that patch of sunlight. Tricking me. Yellow means interact. Money. Get back here. Get back here. Stop dropping stuff. Damn it. Eh. Oh my gosh. Treasure too? Treasure too? Nice. What did I get out of that? Oh. Oh my god, sneakers. I want boots. Personally, I like boots. Boots. I only have one pair of boots. All kinds of heels. We're up. Part. Oh, over there. Well, I just fast travel. Fast travel. That funky travel. Ah! I'm surprised that worked. It didn't say encoding issue, but it definitely did not go smooth. I'm not gonna lie, I finished my drink. There's nothing in that anymore. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Hello? Oh, shit's gonna go down. Where is he? Is it down? Where's he at? By the catapult seal? Catapult seal. Hippie's on the way, dear. Hippie's on the way. Where is the seal? Down there? Yes. Okay. I got magical ankles, guys. Excuse me, I saw a thing over there. I wasn't... Just wanted to check. Okay, it's fine. Hello!
Nikki, you're back!
Who's that?
Reggie!
Is that Flora?
You're better already. The commander had me so
He's all
worried.
patched up!
Oh, that's because I found some potent medicine. Nikki, did you get the Orium vase?
It's right here.
Strange. In my memory, it wasn't. That's odd.
Hmm?
Did I get the wrong one?
There's
No,
multiple?
no. It's fine.
You scared me.
Intruder! Human intruder!
Code Red! Protect the Orium base!
What's going on? Another human invasion?
Oh my god, look at his little star!
I'll go.
He's got like a little badge now! Uh-oh. It's the hot guy!
Halt! Who are you?
Me? I'm the one who's going to take it.
I hate his voice. He gives me the ick. No!
Commander Theo!
I like the bad boy styling of the hair.
Nikki. Here we are.
Why did
again.
he style his hair different? Like,
Funny?
I'm evil now. Like, bro, what?
Those wounds. On Flora
It's-
and the
it's
captain of the
attractive.
Paladins. Those
However-
were paper cranes. The
Why?
wish flight paper?
That's right. It was me.
And the tattoo?
You're very clever. Truly worthy of its
He's still hot.
attention.
I like a bad boy.
What's this? The Orium vase already? I
Empty?
see now. I see now.
What? I don't see. Your evil laugh can use some work.
It
You must be new
appears
to this.
fond of you. More than I expected. Nikki.
Eh?
What does the Orium vase have to do with me?
It's
The
not
wishing
really a
one has
vase.
always been a
Also, isn't
master
it
of
pronounced
trickery.
vase?
If the wish is destined to come true, you will come to know.
That is
The
empty.
whole truth.
The truth? The truth I know is it should never be taken by you.
Did he just...
Quick wish bottle? You were the
Certain
mastermind behind the
accusation.
coma cases.
The mastermind. I'm not that capable. The
Well, at
secret
least
of
you
the
can
quick
admit
wish
that.
bottle lies within this
Incapable.
dark whim. When people experience the illusion of wishes coming true, but then have to face cold, harsh reality, their despair flourishes.
What is your problem?
You have no right to manipulate people's wishes.
How naive.
He looks like an infant.
This is the marvelous Desperation Orb. Compared to the wishing orb
Desperation
the Fey Wish
Orb.
sprites rely on, isn't it more serene, tranquil, enchanting? Despair. It frees people from the pain of chasing wishes, and so removes struggle and strife from their lives. Compared side by side with the Orium Vase, which causes turmoil and unrest in the world so long as it exists, the Desperation Orb feels like salvation. Look around you. The so-called descendants of the Wishing One. The Fey Wish sprites. Nothing but slaves to
They're
wishes.
big dippers in
and
his
no
eyes.
feces. Merely puppets of wishes. Forever fighting and twisting the truth. What purpose do they actually serve?
Rebuke.
Can you? Aren't you a desperate vassal?
Is that so?
Yeah.
When people were struggling, where were they? When the light was stolen, where were they then? The golden gleam of hope, or delusion's silver sheen, I desire neither. I long for the black of eternal sleep. The prophet will make one final prophecy. Come to the Wishing Woods. All will be answered. All will be given. All will be revealed.
Pardon my language. But what the
I got
fuck?
inspiration for another piece of the Wishful Arosa
He,
outfit.
he just wants to die? He simply wishes to die? Hi. Renji, we found the bad guy. And you know, like, oh no, he's hot. He did something weird to his hair. I don't think his hair was like that originally. Hello, injured group. Have you thought about not being
Are you
injured?
alright?
I'm fine. We fell for Giovanni's trap. He was the wish
What a
collector
stupid
in
name.
Stoneville 15 years ago. One day, he and around 10 other stylists suddenly disappeared. We all thought they were goners. It's shocking. 15 years, and
Shocking.
suddenly he's back. Now the rumors about 2 wish collectors make sense.
But why would he take the Orium Vase? And why take it to the Wishing Woods?
Maybe he's collaborating with the Feywish sprites.
Okay, that's rude.
This could all be a Feywish sprite plot.
Calm down.
Everyone, we need to regroup quickly and prepare to recover the Orium Vase.
Why are you just jumping?
Feywish sprites!
You guys are jumping to conclusions.
Recover the Orium Base! Recover the Orium Base!
I like how it pans to Dorota and Dorota's like, excuse me, what am I, a sack of
Fey
potatoes?
hate desperation orbs. They're highly poisonous.
Commander Theo, something doesn't quite add up here. It may not be that simple.
Things always lead back to the Feywish sprites. And as one of them, you've been in on it all along. I bet saving us was part of your plan.
What the fuck?
Leave now. You're not welcome.
Dorota was helping you guys.
No. I'm...
Can't believe you aren't wearing. I have to
I'm
take off my
sorry.
jacket.
I'll just leave.
Dorota!
Commander Theo.
Nikki, I believe your friend. But with war looming, staying with us would be bad for him.
Okay, you guys didn't have to be
should go.
assholes about it.
How
And
did
tell
it
your
come
people to
to
quit
this?
being douchebags.
Not all Feywish sprites are bad.
Commander Theo, regardless of your plans, we're going to the Wishing Woods to capture Giovanni and uncover the truth. Besides, I have many questions that only he can answer.
I wish you luck. If there's a choice, we'd prefer to avoid another war. If you're ready to go back, I'll help transport D'Artagnan back to Stoneville. A token of our gratitude for your help.
Much appreciated, Commander Theo. I should hurry back and update Mr. Spindle on everything.
Alright, I'll put the stupid friendship hat on. I'll put the ugly brown friendship hat on. I'll put this jacket on. No. This jacket. This jacket. No jacket. I guess. Hat. Friendship hat. Do I have to? Okay, I thought I had to make it. It's brown! I can't change the bar. I have to change my whole outfit. Alright. I gotta change my whole outfit. You guys want those stupid friendship hat? Here. Let's just put the hat on first. Make sure it doesn't clip through things. Short hair. This braid with flowers. Whatever this is. Oh, that's cute. That's cute. We do that. Yep, too late. You already being difficult. I don't have that many clothing pieces. What if I put it where is it? This back on this, and we go to confirm. Hold on. Reset that. Where is that other shirt? This. I put that hat on this. Because it's already bluish. That's fine, yeah? Sure. I don't want to do all the styling right now. Friendship hat. Raggy. Look at you, you're all patched up.
Raggy.
Nikki, I'm staying here. I'll see if there's anything that I can do on this end to keep the situation from getting out of hand.
Don't look at his
But
rope ball, guys.
I hate to say goodbye.
Once this is all over, we'll come back and visit.
Please, I'll be waiting. After all, Raggy is a guardian. That's the full sentence. I'm sure of it.
Good job,
You
Raggy.
too. Take
Make
care,
your
Raggy.
own truth.
Good luck, Raggy.
Bye, Raggy.
We should hurry back to
Ruh-roh,
Stoneville.
Raggy.
We need to update Mr. Spindle.
Oh my god, that's a long way. That is a long way. It feels like I take a step. Okay, it's a few steps. It felt like I take a step and it would go down a whole meter. And I'm just like, I'm pretty sure a meter is not a foot. Hey, there's a challenger. Magical girl teleportation activate. Oh, wrong way. Eh. Oh, did I do wishing? Not that much. Alright. It. Well, go, Mr. Spindle. We have some terrible, terrible news. What was his name? Giovanni. He's a bad boy. He's a bad boy, Mr. Spindle.
When the PCs from the Volunteer Corps escorted D'Artagnan back, it was a real shock to the villagers.
Yes, she
It's
looks
all
very
thanks
shocked.
to you, Nikki, Momo. I, Spindle, on behalf of Stoneville, express our deepest gratitude to you.
Thank you, Mr. Spindle, for all of your help. I'm glad everyone's safe. How is the Wish Collector's condition?
He's still in a coma, but Louise is taking good care of him at home. For now, the situation's stable.
Louise must be very worried. We need to keep investigating and find a way to wake everyone.
That's right. Otherwise, if the Wish Collector doesn't wake up, the Flamecrest Festival can't go on.
Exactly. Speaking of, I overheard someone in the Volunteer Corps mention the one who took the Orium vase was Giovanni. Him? He's the prophet you've been tracking?
Apparently.
Yes, we also didn't expect it would be him. Then again, he did intentionally leak the clue about the Flamecrest Festival to us. After that, he recommended me as a Flamecrest Festival participant, which alerted me to the Wish Collector's plight. Then, he injured the train conductor and lured that monster to the Stone Crown. Although we managed to get to the Orium vase before him, he'd been lurking in the dark all along. He struck and took the vase, right when our guard was down.
This plan is so complicated. If anything goes wrong,
What'd he say?
it could all fail.
Complicated?
His plans only work if he truly possesses the gift of prophecy.
However, when he did get the Orium vase, he looked surprised. It was as if something didn't go to plan.
I wonder what happened to Giovanni over these 15 years.
Why didn't we ask Theo what
Before
was
he
different about the
disappeared, at
vase,
least,
since
He
Giovanni
showed no
also was
signs
shocked
of
by the
seeing
vase?
future. He was only 15 when he became a wish
It's a question.
collector.
I have a
Everyone
question.
loved him.
Theo.
I remember.
Oh, he ran
he was
off,
a
didn't
very
he?
sweet child. He was
He was
smart,
like, fuck your Feywish sprite,
lively,
get the fuck out.
and from
I
a
was like,
family of
bitch.
stylists. His only hobby was tinkering with new whim tech alongside his stylist friends. Nobody could have imagined what would happen next.
What happened?
The missing stylists. It was a big deal when those stylists disappeared. These past 15 years, not a single trace has been found. Countless parents, children, and friends have been left heartbroken. When he disappeared, Giovanni's grandfather passed soon after.
For many people from back then, this must be a very painful memory.
It is. But there was nothing they could do. Among the stylists who disappeared, there was even a highly respected sovereign. If it could happen to a sovereign...
A sovereign? Maybe we can learn more about what happened back then. Hopefully, we can uncover clues relevant to Giovanni.
Good idea. Try the Stylists Guild. They should have more information about the stylists' involvement.
All right. Before we head to the Wishing Woods, let's first find out what we can at the Stylist Guild. We should also report back to Dada.
Why are we not going straight to the woods? What is this one now? No. Follow what? Okay. I gotta BRB. Okay, where? I have returned. I have a beverage now. It's Coca-Cola. Cola. Okay. Who's over here? Who are we talking to? I forget. Oh. We going back to the other town? Odd right. I did Mastermind have it working, but it didn't work when I did it. And it's not working for Ulysses. I literally just took a drink, though. I'll give you another one. It went off. I didn't see it. I didn't see nothing. I gotta find water sound and put it on that in Warudo. Because I don't have any more sound slots and they want me to pay money for more. And I'm like, no. One-time fee? Maybe I would have. Subscription fee? No! Stop with the fucking subscription fees! The amount of things that have a subscription fee is fucking insane. Nobody works enough hours to be able to afford all these subscription fees. For the love of God. Who all is paying for a subscription fee for that shit? Yeah, I see the challenge cube. It better not be a fucking tilt table, man. Hip. Not tilting. God damn it. It's tilting. Well, fuck. Okay, so... You want one in there. Is it tilting or is it pressure? Ah, it's just pressure. Okay. This one needs to be down. And then this one... teleports it there, I assume. What is that? Oh, this launches it up there. And that needs to be... Okay. Okay, I see. I see what I'm supposed to do. Someone definitely does. No! Okay, I see. I stand on this one because the ball has weight. I didn't account for that. I didn't account. Do I need to lower it more? Or no? Yes. Yes, I do. Alright, I got it. I win. There's one with a fucking tilt table. You have to, like, jump on it and jump off to tilt it. Luckily, Momo doesn't interfere with it, because he walks all over that shit. In jail, guys, I don't care about collecting all the Whim Stars that much. Money. Oh, hey, they're trying to send mail. Treasure! Gimme. Gimme. Ooh, it goes with the tennis shoes we found. There's way more available than you can even use at the moment, so they're not too important. Yeah. Day sent me a like interactive map for collection. I'm like, no. This is my chill game. I'm not doing all that shit. I'm not doing it unless I need it in the immediate present. Like, I cannot progress without. Otherwise, I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna play dress up and I'm gonna go fishing. I like the fishing mechanic. It's simple without being too simple. Some fishing mechanics, stupid. It's stupid. Nobody can ever get fishing quite right, you know? Like, this one's okay. She's okay. Ah! I didn't know where you wanted me to shoot stuff. No. So I thought I had a pimple coming in on my cheek. So I put one of them patches on it, you know? But now I think it's a bug bite because it itches. It's just so bad. So funny fishing is the most popular feature in games now. So funny. Yeah. Yet it's different. It's always so different. But I'm not doing nothing. I'm just coming over here and I brush you with this furry pad thingy. They fixed the skip so it actually fucking skips shit now. That's nice. Why? You're like floating. I can't brush you. You disappeared! He yeeted out of existence. My parents like to go fishing as like a hobby. We would be at the spillway, which is like, for those of you that don't know anything about fishing, is like a dam where the dam lets out the excess. So it's like a little river, but it's like man-made, you know? And we'd be there from slightly before sunup till sundown. And when you're in Texas, the sun burns a lot. Very nice. I was perpetually on fire. I'm pretty sure my parents gave me skin cancer by making me sit in the sun all day long. There's no shade. No shade on Spillway. No trees. Just water. Stinky fish. Stinky dead fish. And fishing. And my parents got mad that I was catching more fish than them. My parents got mad that I was catching more fish than them. And got tired of taking fish off my little Barbie fishing pole, right? So they said that you gotta take your own fish off. What, like you're doing anything? You aren't catching any fish. I am catching fish. You can take fish off my fishing pole. You're just mad that you are not catching no fish. I digress. Dress up candy. I actually got one of these. And fresh. Change into a random styling. Sweet. Oh. Fresh. Purchase. Purchase one. I think he gave me a sweet one. Let's try it. Inventory. Whoops. Backpack. Consumables. Valuables. Quest. Growth. Consumables. Let's try it. Oh, I have to equip it? Okay. Z. Z? Z? Oh, it's the full Peachy outfit. I have most of these pieces. I don't have that Shaw thing yet, though. That's cute. I don't know how to... That sweet look tasty. The bonbon. Renji, if you're hungry, go get a snack. I don't know how long this lasts. I do like this dress. I'm glad that it has a Shaw thing. Because I'm not a tank top spaghetti strap kind of person, personally. I feel like, well, you can have a snack too, man. Dessert. Go have a dessert. Anyway, I don't like, I feel like my, it's too much skin showing for me. Hello. Oh,
What?
Nanoi.
Missy Green's Quick Wish bottle was swapped on purpose?
Very likely. The Wish Envoy's ledger doesn't have my mom's name. And I found a regular wish bottle discarded near the Dream Warehouse. Nearby, there was also a small piece of cloth.
What kind of cloth?
It's from Feywish Sprite clothing. Their fabric is unique, so I'm certain of it.
Could there be a misunderstanding?
Feywish sprites are descendants of the Wishing One. How could they use something as evil as a Quick Wish bottle?
We're confused too. But Dada, a lot of clues point toward the Wishing Woods.
Nikki, you're back. How was the investigation in
Nikki,
Stoneville?
you're back, and you look so peachy. Thank you. It's from a bonbon. Sweet one.
Giovanni?
You gotta get a sweet bonbon.
Giovanni is... He's the prophet?
And he stole
Oh,
the
right.
Orion
He's
base?
from here,
It's not just a legend?
I think.
It really exists? But what is
Doesn't
he
anybody
planning?
else get
The
Barbie vibes
Destination
from her?
Orb, the
One is
Quick Wish
this
bottle?
random fucking
How
yellow
are they
in
connected
her
to the Feywish
accessories.
sprites?
Giovanni said the Wishing Woods hold all the answers. To uncover the truth, we might need to go there.
Things are getting so complicated.
So very,
15
very
years
complicated.
Ago, Wishfield's Sovereign of Elegant disappeared while investigating a missing stylist. We all thought this case would remain unsolved. But now, 15 years later, Giovanni reappears and is tied to the coma incidents.
His reappearance is a major breakthrough. If we follow this lead, maybe we can uncover the truth behind these cases.
These straps would be so
I
uncomfortable.
heard with the Wishmaster's ban, the Wish Pass office isn't issuing new pass permits.
They will for me, the pink-haired
pass
junior
permit?
stylist.
Nikki can't enter the Wishing Woods.
What
I'm
should we
special.
do? If only Geroda were here. He knows the Wishing Woods better than we do.
I'm here! I'm going to the Wishing Woods with you!
How did you sneak in?
Geroda! Geroda, are you okay?
Who gave
We
Momo
were
a
worried
stool?
about you.
There's not a
I'm
stool by
fine.
the counter.
The Feywish
Do you
Knight
think he
isn't
slides it
easily
over
defeated by mere
and just
words.
hops up himself?
Actually, the PC suspicions aren't entirely
It's so
baseless.
funny.
Although I hate to admit it, all this really might be connected to the Feywish sprites. Even if the truth is hard to bear, I won't back down. I'll protect everyone!
Geroda, thank you.
It's nothing. I'll handle it.
I
I'll
want
get Nikki's
a
pass permit.
Feywish Sprite plushie.
And for such an important task, you'll need some official credentials. Nikki, as head of the Florawish Stylist Guild, I invite you and officially ask.
Same,
Will
yeah.
you become the Stylist Guild's official investigator and go to the Wishing
Keeps
Woods
it in the
to uncover
inventory
the
at all
truth behind
times.
the coma incidents?
There's just a secret Momo pocket. Loud acceptance.
I
I will.
I will too. The Stylist Guild's official investigator needs a talented assistant, right?
A talented
Nikki and Momo, the
companion. I'm
unbeatable duo.
covering Momo. I'm sorry, Momo.
Yeah,
It's your time
you
to
can do it.
shine.
Yes, we can. Especially with me on the team.
Yeah.
I'll head to the Wish Pass office and talk to my old friend Supervisor Lupabo. Nikki,
Lupabo.
let's meet at the
Lupabo.
office entrance.
Lupabo. That's a weird name. I like it. I like it. I don't know how long this candy lasts. Should we try the other candy? Equip. All right. Drum roll. It didn't take off the previous accessories from the Peachy. Anyway. Yeah, that's fine. That one was awful. The first one was fine. It didn't take off the previous accessories. Honestly, the way I styled that top was way better than how they styled the top. Just saying. I don't have that one saved anymore. Because we can only have 4 custom slots. That's way too small of a number of custom slots. I need at least 10. 10. Anyway, let's go this way. Why the long face, dear? You look like a horse. Bugs. Bugs! Ah. Bug! Wrong button. Misclick. Bug? No. Bug! I missed. I know I don't have to jump, but it's fun. It makes it feel more difficult. Like it was a challenge. I don't know what she wants me to wear. She told me to put on something that reminds her of the Fluff Bunnies. And I don't know what she wants from me, so... Didi? Where am I going? The Wishing Woods? I did not click that. I was picking up Sis Pollen. Na 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 na. Na na. What the fuck? I missed the chest. I spent so much time in this area and I missed that chest. Maybe I forgot about it after the playtest. Yo, that goes with that one military-ish looking dress. Yo. And boots to match it. Bye-bye. Benji, when are you doing your stream? When are you doing that? Your big collab, your surprise collab. Okay. Make sure you guys go check that out too. Go watch it too. This is a long walk, but I'm pretty sure there's no travel points this way. Okay, I'm a liar. Is this the church? I like how solid that flag was. You guys see how it shoved me back down? Funny. Funny. Yeah, I see the stupid Whimstar on the cloud. I wanna do that. I don't wanna, but I'll do it. Ugh. I really didn't need the cloud for that one, to be honest. Really didn't need it. Imagine if... Aw, man, I missed the things that were over there. I missed the things that were over there. When... Duckable. Duckable. Dorota!
Nikki! Good news! I convinced Miss Lupabo.
Amazing! Dorota, how did you do it?
Well, I prepared my argument. I told her, Nikki is the Silas Guild's official investigator, entering the Wishing Woods to investigate the coma incidents.
Wow.
If we delay, more humans might fall into comas. And then, even the Feywish sprites might suffer. She was immediately concerned.
Nice job.
Well said. Clear points, strong attitude, well done.
Sounds a little too easy. Then what happened? Oh, then she was still reluctant because of the Wishmaster's ban. So, I brought up my secret weapon.
Please. Feywish Knight Conviction.
The unwavering and shining conviction of a Feywish Knight.
No! It was her favorite human novel.
You bribed her?
Novel? Yeah. She was so thrilled. She even said, if her favorite author were to fall into a coma, she'd be too sad to eat. That makes sense. So, does she agree? Uh-huh. She's going to temporarily lift the ban on pass permits. But in order for you to get one, we still have to pass the interview process.
What's the interview process?
If we don't pass the interview, even Supervisor Lupobo can't let us in.
I get it. It's for the safety of the Wishing Woods. Even having this chance is a great opportunity.
It's really no problem. Gerota keeps his word. Okay, so you should find Peter the guide, get the interview form, then we'll meet back up at Miss Lupopo's office.
I think I'm gonna adjust how I'm doing the art stream. So if I'm showing you... Excuse
Hello?
me?
Hello, I'm Peter, the guide from the Wish Pass office. To get your pass permit, please collect the... Oh, wait, we're not issuing pass permits.
Yes, I'm the stylist.
I'm the investigator. Just give me the pass so I can go by and you can take your nap.
Really, since the Wish... And after Lord Chigda became the Wishmaster, our rejection rate increased.
Wow.
Sounds pretty.
We have to be. The Wishing Woods are our precious home. It's just like your big human houses, but our home is the entire forest. It's where we eat, sleep, fall in love, break up, and play wish ball.
Okay.
Well, some things I just can't tell you now. So, we have to carefully select.
You got a
guests.
feather on your
Only
head.
those the Feywish sprites trust and recognize are allowed to enter.
Show confidence.
Good thing I'm a person you can trust and recognize.
Wow, I love your confidence. I wish I had that on the wish ball field.
His voice sounds familiar.
Go on in, and may the wishing one bless you.
Bless you. It's you. You guys ever make a noise and you're just like, you just repeat it over and over?
I'm interviewer Barabo.
Hello, Barabo.
Because of the ban, there haven't been many humans here lately. The sudden smell of that lovely scent of grass and sunshine you brought in with you.
Whoa, your stuff's all gray.
Please show your interview form.
And you can see through it. I want that. Can I have your cloak? I am
I'm
a
Nikki,
stylist.
A stylist.
Ah, no wonder. You look like an amazing stylist.
Thank you. I have no
Here's
idea
one
why
of
the
you.
exposure is so high in here.
I'm Momo. I don't have an identity, but I'm Momo, Nikki's BFF. Being a friend is a wonderful identity. Accompanying one through the trials of life is a lucky and beautiful
Momo
thing.
is the biggest barbecue fan there is.
Thank you. You're a great interviewer. You're welcome. Congratulations. You've passed the first round of the interview.
Oh.
Here's your interview form back. There you go. Each answer you provide will be recorded on it. Please bring it to the next interviewer and hand it to them.
Okay.
May I wish you the best.
Thank you. Bye. Money. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Hello there. I'm interviewer Uada.
Uada.
Let me see your interview.
Yours is darker.
Nikki, stylist. Momo, bestie. Traveling together? An interesting pair. What
Is it
brings
really
you to
that
the Wishing
interesting?
Woods?
Seems kind of normal.
And no lying. I'm an expert at detecting lies.
Your eyes are different. To investigate a case.
I'm the Stylist Guild's official investigator, sent by Dada to investigate the mysterious coma incidents.
Oh, that. No wonder Miss Lupobo made an exception for you.
Yeah, that's definitely
Mysterious
why.
coma incidents. I've heard about them.
Not the
Scary
bribery.
stuff. It should be investigated quickly. So then, Mr. Momo, you're here for the same?
That's right. I'm Nikki's investigation partner.
All right, one moment. Stylists Guild investigator. Investigating the mysterious coma incidents. Mr. Momo, Wears a cloak. Partner with the same goal.
What has the cloak got to do with anything?
Okay, you've passed the second round. Congratulations.
What does his cloak have to do with anything? Why is that in there? That's a weird note to fish. Fish. Eat a fish. I catch fish. I catch fish. I catch fish. I catch the fish. Wrong button.
Momo, I
Still caught it.
I'm getting really good.
Silence. Catch more fish. 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 I think I scared that one off by screaming. Oh, whoops. I was trying to click too soon.
Momo, I caught it. I'm getting really
The fuck
good.
is that?
With me cheering you on,
Hairpin
nothing's a
loach.
challenge for
I didn't know
you.
what that one was. I like they sped up the skip button. I do too. Because basically you went through the whole animation anyway. Fish, come back! A fish. Bite the poor fish. Get it. Yeah! Get the fish! It's a big one! Yeah! Got it! Now! It's the fish! Whoa.
From now on, you can call me the Fishing Master.
I don't think I have a lot
Fishing
of those.
Master Nikki. So when can I read your expert's guide to fishing?
I caught the fish. Money.
Hi there. I'm the final interviewer, Lullabo.
Excuse me. I was trying to collect them
Who's doing
blings.
the talking?
Lullaby shy.
Me. It's me.
Are you shy?
Okay. Please will you show me your interview form?
Sure thing. I like your little wings under your eyes. You're cute. It's cute. Adorable.
Everything's complete. Authentic. Highly trusted by the Stylist Guild. Investigating the mysterious coma incidents. You're on a very important mission. I see now. Even so, I still need to give you a thorough evaluation.
That's okay.
Now, for the final question.
Yes. Why are we nervous?
I'm a little...
Shut
no
up.
need to be nervous. Tell me, right now, what's your biggest wish?
Oh, shoot. Nikki, what's our wish?
Sprites? Understanding someone means understanding their wishes. This is extremely important to us.
I don't know.
My biggest wish? I have so many. Which should I choose? You can't decide. Sorry, I can't think about it some more. I want to... Wow. When you told me,
I
felt
don't
your
know if that's
passion.
the biggest wish, because technically the biggest wish
Miss
is to get
Stylist,
home, is it not?
These days, are you working
That's
hard
why I
to
said I
achieve your
couldn't
wish?
decide.
I'm always working hard. It can get dangerous sometimes, but I've traveled to so many interesting places and heard lots of moving stories. Most importantly, I've met so many
What
new
is this tab
friends.
for?
They've helped and supported me on my journey to achieve my wishes. Wonderful, Miss Stylist. You're shining.
You know what's crazy?
Just like a wish.
If you look at the front, it's
sparkling
got the
brightly.
sailor flap thing, but it doesn't go down in the back.
I've been working hard with Nikki too.
You're also amazing, Mr. Momo. However, it's not your wish to acquire miracle outfits, is it?
No, it's not. But my wish is even better.
Oh? What's your wish, Momo?
What I really want is to be with Nikki forever.
Aw, so touching. That settles it. I declare
Ah,
you passed
shut
the
up. I want to give
interview.
you snuggles.
Your interview form is all filled out.
My wish is to be with the
proceed.
biscuit
To
forever.
get your pass permit, go find Miss Lupabo.
She's cranky. I woke her up. She gave me kisses anyway, though. She's still mad. She doesn't like to have her naps disturbed because she's a widow old lady now. Is the mic in your way? I don't have anywhere else to put it, unfortunately. You gotta be stuck with it. Money! Ooh. Imagine forgetting that, or like not hitting that third one, and that being the one you're missing the entire game, and you never find it. Because like that's like tucked away in a corner. I almost missed the ledge. Excuse me, why do you use wish bottles as lamps? Okay, wait, you changed the color of that for Momo with the pink one, but you don't change the color of the purification to match this outfit? Infold, what the fuck? Make this match. Just change the color of it. Make it white. Why is Lupobo up here?
Such a tiny hole. What's it for?
I don't know. It may be small for you, but for me, I could just slip right through.
Oh, right.
That's the Wish Pass office exit. If it wasn't for Geroda's request, I could have spent my whole day reading novels till clock out.
Momo, their work here seems pretty low effort.
Sure does. Oh, but don't say it so loud. Yes, yes. Keep it down.
Right. Don't say that in front of me. Let me see your interview form.
How do you read with one lens?
Nikki. Investigator from the Stylists Guild. Basic info. Geroda already told me about you. Thank you for taking care
You
of
got
him.
stars on your little flappy
Taking
bit.
care of him?
That sounds weird. Forget I said
Anyway,
flappy bits.
I understand your investigation
Erase
now,
it.
and it merits a special interview. However, we Feywish sprites have our own standards. To decide if you're trustworthy, we need to know your wish. And how you plan to go about achieving it.
We are going to go
So,
explore.
My interview results are...
Your wish and your plan to achieve it are super cool. I agree with the interviewer's judgment. You've passed.
Super cool.
That's great.
What do you mean?
I knew it. I knew you'd do it, Nikki.
We just have to be
Here's
cool
your pass
enough.
permit. Take it.
I
What's
see
this?
what makes
It's
Geroda's
used to
marking
make the
special is
shrinking
he's got
outfit's
little
key
freckles
material,
across his
elastic
nose.
gel.
Elastic.
Developed by the Wishcraft Lab. It's the pass permit.
It's a material. Looks like I need to acquire a shrinking outfit first.
A shrinking
Yes.
outfit.
When you wear the shrinking outfit, you can shrink and exit through there.
What about me? What should I do?
Well, you could just walk
You
through.
shouldn't need one, Mr. Momo. You're about the same size as us. Anywhere we can fit, so can you.
Wow, I'm awesome!
As for Miss Nikki, after acquiring the shrinking outfit, you need to shrink and come find me. I'll verify the outfit's effect before you go. This is for your safety.
Verify
problem.
my shrinkabilities.
Acquire the shrinking outfit, then find Miss Loopable to test it. I'll wait in
Okay. Interesting. All right. Shrinking. Oh, that's what that is? This is a shrink-a-dink outfit? Oh, I get it. It's meant to be inspired by the Feywish Sprites outfit. I'm slightly disappointed by that, to be honest. It doesn't look quite enough like Feywish Sprite. I want a cloak! Why does Momo get cool cloaks? Ability. Where is it? This one. Select all. Quick craft. I do like the pigtails. Those are cute. Hello. I do like the pigtails. Again, let me spin the outfit. I want to see the back. In the pretty scenery. What is the color change for that? Shut up. It just... Oh, it's not... Oh. Momo gives us a ride. Interesting. Okay. Was it the compendium will show me? This one. Page of Whimsy. The alt is orange. Alright, we'll leave it. Oops, wrong one. We'll leave it the normal color then, because I don't want that. Compendium rating. Give me points. Papa. Papa. Dang. Advance. Come on. Geese. Play ball. I like the what did it? Origami paper cranes. They're cute. A nice aesthetic. I have a lot of achievements. There we go. Nice. This I don't have selected for anything. I don't know what color the sparkly fit is for. Is it this? No. I wish the evolution screen would let me look at the colors that it can be. That's the birthday outfit. Because I can't find it in here half the time. This one? No. Oh my gosh, I don't know where it is. I don't have these things, apparently. That? No. Nature wish. This? Okay, that's over here. See, this is the screen where you can see the color changes, if they have them. 3 stars don't get color changes, which is unfortunate. Especially because you still pay for them. Ah! I think it's green. Not sure. I don't know. I have so many copies of that hair. I think I need like 2 pieces of the pink. It blows bubbles. Okay, I lied. Now I need 2 pieces. Okay, now I need 1 piece. I don't have any more of those. Flip. Anyway. Shrinking outfit. Ability setup. It already put it on there. Whoop. Hello? I'm tiny. Hello.
Looks like the outfit works.
Does it need to shrink me so small?
Nikki shrank too much. Walking to the Wishing Woods is going to take her forever on her own.
Well, that's why you're here, right?
Alright, since I'm the best partner ever. Now that I'm Big Momo and you're Little Nikki, I'll carry you.
Yay.
Thank you, Momo. You're the most amazing and handsome partner in the world.
Yeah.
Hold on, Nikki. Don't fall. The Momo Express is taking off.
How do I tell him which way to go? Do I just pat his head?
Stop the Wishing Woods. Off you go.
Can you float? You cannot! We have to change how... Ugh. We have to change how we navigate. Momo cannot float by himself. Good thing he can pick up things, though. Whoa. So fast!
Huh? This thing here looks climbable.
Climbable? Momo can climb woven pillars to access hard-to-reach areas. Use WASD to move them along and space to jump off. Watch out for spikes. They hurt the Momo. Oh. We don't want to hurt Momo. I have to physically jump off the rope. He doesn't climb over that little notch. Oh my god. Look at them spikes. Oh no. It's like challenge time. You learned the one safe one. Okay, up this way. Spin. No, not spin that way. Spin this way. And jump. Why is it so dangerous? Why are the favorite wish sprites so dangerous? Ooh, spiky bits. Camera's too close to face. Oh, the way Momo picks it up is way cuter. And it's not just because he's a kitty. Padre. Do I have to unsmall? Can we take a picture? Ah, we can't take tiny picture? Yum. Wow, you got the masks. That's cool. Ugh. Pleasure. Well, aren't you a goth little thing? I like it. You know that dress is technically green? Need up. Up. Go, Momo! Run! What is that? Oh, it's so shiny and new. Give me it. I want all of them. Where's the other one? Where? Hello? Oh. Momo, click that. I think that person was an artist. Domain challenge. Okay. This says reset box. Okay, Oh, I see. Well? Oh, you want me to do what now? Wait, what do you fucking want? Money? Oh, do I have to be tiny? This only launches Momo high. What do you want from me? Alright, fuck you. What? What? What is that even for? Why? I do not understand. Why is there a box reset button? I do not get. What is the challenge? What do you want? What do you want? I cannot get up there. It is too far. I'm confused. Do I have to change to the glidey thing? I'm not in that area. I can't use that. This doesn't work here. I'm confused. It also wants me in that hole. I cannot get to that. Nani? It is too far. My guy. What do you fucking want? What do you want? There's something in there. I get that. I cannot get to there. I understand that he wants me to get in there. I cannot get in there. I can't reach this one or that one from over there. The box? Wow. Move the box over there? I can't stack these. Is this even tall enough? Nikki. This is not tall enough. There's no ledge to walk across. There's no ledge to get through there, and if I jump, I cannot go shrink-a-dink. Can Momo jump? Ugh. Oh, Momo just double jumps. Okay. I got a message. What is it? I don't know. Okay. I didn't think about that. I didn't think about moving the box. That was not obvious to me. What is this even for, though? To open that? At no point have you ever made me manually open that. What the fuck? I hate when games suddenly change how things work. I don't like that. I don't like it. Trade me all video game, do this thing. And then suddenly, don't do that thing. Nani the fuck? Heck you. I am a mole. I've kitty kids, cats. Cats. I'm a kitty cat. Cats. I'm a kitty cat. Cats. The kitty cats. Wow. Shallow water doesn't scare me, but if it were a bit deeper... Yeah. Oh. Don't yank me! Puzzle platformer. No platform. I don't like platform. Is this where the glowy area is?
I'm not sneaking around. I'm waiting for someone.
Waiting? You made some friends? Huh, you better watch it. Your grandpa was a traitor and a thief. Yet here you
What's
are.
that got to do with him?
You'll get caught too.
Takubo, you have no evidence. Grandpa didn't steal the Orium vase.
If the Wishmaster said so, then it is so.
Wow, what is
Hang
she
on.
blind
I'm not sure
following
what your
someone?
problem is, but you're mistaken
Doesn't like
about
platformers
Dorota.
playing game whose majority of
Nikki.
gameplay involves
Let me introduce
platforming.
myself. I'm Nikki, a stylist. The Stylist Guild sent me. I'm the investigator looking into the mysterious coma
Is this a
incidents.
platformer?
Dorota is my assistant, and a very capable one.
Really? But his grandpa.
Fuck you.
But there's no evidence.
What does his grandpa have to do with
Even if the
him?
Wishmaster said so,
I hate
without
that
evidence,
generational
someone
blame shit.
arbitrarily.
Oh,
That's
your
what I do as an
grandfather did this
investigator.
to my grandfather, so
Uncover the
I don't
truth,
like you. Why does
without
that
wrongfully
fucking
accusing
matter?
anyone, or letting the guilty go free.
Neither of you are your grandpas.
You do make a really valid point. I'll think more about it. But why are you in the Wishing Woods for the mysterious coma incidents?
We've uncovered important clues.
I don't think that's any of your
They
business.
imply
You're a
that the
bitch.
incidents are
I
connected to
discovered
the
that if
Wishing
Momo walks
Woods.
in Blaze, he picks them up for you. I already said that.
How is that possible?
Everything
panic.
I've watched involves you
ensure
jumping
everyone's
from
safety,
platform to
we'll
platform,
investigate
flying or
quickly.
gliding from place to place while
Right
picking
now,
up
I have
items.
more questions than answers.
Yeah, but I don't
please
die
cooperate
if
with
I
our
fall off
investigation.
every time. I just
All right.
get
What do you need
put
to know?
down on the
Lately,
floor.
have there been any odd occurrences in the Wishing Woods? Like suspicious Feywish sprites, odd wish bottles, signs of human activity? These are the anomalies we'll start with, to uncover the truth.
Why is it dark here?
But I haven't heard of anything like that.
Again, why are we asking this little
You could
shit?
ask Affelbo over at the Wish Inspection Center. She'd know of anything weird.
She was bullying Dorota.
It's where they sort
She's a
wish
bully.
orbs.
Bully.
All the wishes we collect from the Dream Warehouse goes to the inspection center. It's sorted into
Bully.
delicious wishing orbs, bizarre wishing orbs, and desperation orbs.
Shh! That's scary! Don't say that name! Anyway,
Desperation?
Afubo really loves oddities and strange things. She once said she heard human voices at midnight.
Oh my gosh. That's not the witching hour. The witching hour is 3 a.m.
Wood? Ah! Stop it! Now get going. Keep going straight past the river valley and you'll see the inspection center. Oh, wait! No, it's blocked now. You can't get through.
I can.
Blocked? Why?
Because Timmy's cart is stuck at the valley exit.
You mean Timmy's the cosmetics merchant?
Huh? You know her? I guess she is pretty famous. I work for her. I'm her makeup courier
What's this?
assistant.
What is with this
Lately,
game?
she's been
I'm
working on
seeing
new
a very
materials.
finite
She
number
wants
of
a
Nickies.
ton of materials. A ton. But all the way
That's a
slipped her
valid
cart right
point.
at the valley exit. She's stuck. Also, a crucial material is missing. Everybody's busy looking
Okay,
for it.
any
Nobody
Nikki
will come
fans
to the
play
car.
Shining Nikki? How
Timmy's must be
shiny
so
is Nikki
stressed
in
out.
that? Is that one also
Jacobo?
false advertising? Or is she
You
like
can help.
averagely shiny?
That would be great. She's with the stuck cart up ahead.
Infinite
take a look.
is how much money that company's helping to make. Yeah, it's very scammy. You gotta wish for piece by piece. I can pick up my flowers now. Momo, get the flower! Thank you, Momo. They're such a good little companion. The bestest bestie. Don't tell anybody I said that. Don't tell Rinji and don't tell Day. Or Safi. Don't tell any of them. I don't think Safi cares, though. Safi is too unbothered by things. Bugs. There is so many Feywish sprites here. What is... Well, are they flirting? Did you see that? He made a little heart. I'm gonna go disturb them because they have dew thingies up there. And I want them. Momo, if you jump on that, does it go higher? It does! What is? Somebody took a picture with you. I can't see it. View. This one. View this. Oh, it is viewing that. Whoa, you layered a lot of things. How did you put a coat over a coat? I'm not a fan of the star beret, to be honest. It's mid to me. Mid. Is that the last one missing? Is this the tree? No, what is that? I cannot. I think she got pretty shiny in Shining Nikki. Like, more shiny than average. Okay. During the planning phase, map out a guide to the Feywish sprites to the goal. Matching their orbs. Hold and release to drag signposts. And click to rotate. Ah, spread signs follow the direction of the leaves. Gotcha. Press F. Be careful to avoid other Feywish sprites and obstacles preventing delivery. Ow. Okay. Where is my mouse? Continue. It lost my mouse for a second. Okay. Good. That away. And then that away. Go! Go faster. For the love of God, you fly. Nice. Nice job. See, Wolf was saying 4 o'clock, so I don't know where he is. Is that 5 for me? Speed incarnate. No. Not speed incarnate. Slow incarnate. Very unspeed, to be honest. Momo! Go! Nice job, Momo. That's cute. That was cute. Yay, no fall damage! Infinite falling! These flowers, I want to put them in my mouth. They look like candy. Like puffy candy. What is that? What is that? Square bottle. Who dropped it here? Dorota, are you drinking? Miss? Miss? That's why it's infinity, Nikki. She can take infinite damage and never die. Unless she touches water.
My most precious material. I can't believe it's gone. Timmy's.
How did you get in
Are
here?
you alright?
Do you have a shrink-a-dink
doesn't
fit?
look alright.
She's bigger than Momo.
I'm fine. Really.
Why do you have a curler?
Timmy's code for enjoying work number 1. Just stay positive, and bad things can turn good. Well said. I like it. Timmy's, are you looking for the lost beauty material? I'm looking for a very important beauty material. If I can't find it, my mind will get all jumbled. Back at the lab, I'll only be able to make dull, gray beauty products.
Sounds scary.
Scary enough to turn Feywish sprites into S-lings. Also, the card is stuck, so I can't even return to the lab. Darn it! Don't worry, Timmies. We'll help you. We can find the important material, and we'll get your card unstuck.
And me too. I'll help.
Really? Thank you! Wait. Huh? Nikki? Momo? And a Feywish sprite? What are you doing here?
You just realized who we are? And I'm the Feywish Knight, Gerota.
Ah! Sorry. I was so focused on the lost material, everyone kinda just looked like makeup brushes to me. It's okay. We're investigating the mysterious coma incidents. To find out more, we're going to ask Chief Inspector Afubo at the inspection center.
Whoa! You're doing such important work! Poor Salai, and Farini's leader hasn't woken up yet. It's very worrying. But I believe you'll find the truth. I don't often give praise, but you're as reliable as my best setting sprays.
Except...
That's right. I'm the ultimate setting spray, Nikki.
And me, I'm super reliable setting powder, Momo. I'm the ultra-dependable setting knight, Gerota. With your help, I don't feel as stressed. Just help me find the materials, and I'll figure out how to unstick this cart.
Okay. You handle the cart. We'll look for the material. So, what does the material look like?
Gooey Doosan? It's round and green, a mix of dew and tree resin. It's precious. My friend, a kind human, gave it to me. But it's so slippery, it kinda just slipped right away and got lost.
Don't worry. No matter how slippery it is, even if it slipped into an Essling's den, Momo and I will get it back.
Then I'll do my best and get this cart unstuck.
I take it I follow the green splatter.
Found it.
Round and green. Yep, that's it.
Apologies, I was messaging Wolf and trying to verify someone wasn't a bot.
Timmies! We found your slippery material.
Let me see. Yes, that's it! Gooey Doosan! Reliable Nikki, Momo, and Gerota. Thanks, everyone! You're even more reliable than Ultimate Setting Spray. Thanks to you, I can return to developing my new product.
The Gooey Doosan is for a new product?
That's right. It's a top secret new product. But I can secretly tell you.
Then I'll secretly listen.
Secret listen, guys.
Light cleansing oil. Wow, that's cleansing oil, but with 2 more words.
Momo, it's a secret.
Words are like a knight's equipment. The more the better.
I don't think so.
That's right.
Oh, you
Just
mean it's
any
more
cleansing
it's
oil?
better to have more equipment. Not that
Revolutionary ultralight cleansing oil.
knights use
In addition
words
to its
as
excellent
equipment.
deep cleansing, it has a
I misunderstood.
groundbreaking feature. It makes everything soft, bouncy, and super slippery. If I can get it to work, you won't just remove stubborn makeup. It might even be able to make bad thoughts and feelings slip right out of your mind, leaving you refreshed inside and out. Wow, I want to try it.
Please let us try the Ultra something cleansing oil.
Nikki, it's the ultra light cleansing oil.
Listen, we're forgetful, Momo. That's what you're here for.
I'm headed back to the lab now.
We forget.
What's wrong?
I haven't unstuck the cart yet. No.
Wolf forgot.
You're the smartest
Please
cosmetic
be
merchant
late.
out there. You just gotta turn on your brain, and the answer will pop right out.
You got this, Timmies.
Oh, I got it! Wait for me! Ta-da!
Ta-da!
You fixed it just like that? Timmies, how did you do it? It was easy. I just used a little dab of Gooey Doosan. Beauty materials can be used like this? Why not? That's the motto of the Teamies Beauty brand. Makeup is limitless.
A dog farted.
To create products beyond imagination, we explore
This
all the
stinks.
potential uses for the
Ah!
materials. Using it to unstick the cart was just a tiny experiment.
Even a tiny experiment can lead to a huge innovation.
You're making me blush. Oh, my brain. It's tingling with ideas. I need to hurry back
I
and
think
make
you should see a
samples.
doctor if your
Thank
brain
you
is
so much,
tingling.
Nikki. Momo, I made this
What does
special
tingling
makeup
brain
look
feel like?
just for you. By
Ooh,
the way,
makeup.
if you're looking for Afabo, she works in the Wish Auditing Station at the Inspection Center. It's the most important section. Not everyone can enter. You should first
This
get
is
an
an
entry
interesting
permit from the
hairstyle.
BODA,
Why are
the
these
center's
pieces of your
director.
hair so
I've
short?
gotta rush back to the lab now. See you.
What do you do when you let your hair down to wash it? How do you find those tiny strands? Well, honey frosting. Thank you. Never looks about much different to me. I'm being honest. Where is that? Where is it? Oh. Hey, it's daytime in the mysterious woods now. That is not what I wanted. How dare you put that there next to a pickupable item. Go, Mama, go. Jump, 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 jump. Jump, 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 jump. That sound makes me think of Zelda for some reason. Another one? Another one? Local. Eh? 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 Oh. Hi, what do you sell? I'd like to buy things. I like buying things. I don't like that. You really like polka dots. Dotty dough. Bow. Dotty bow. Oh my god, this Feywish sprite is pink. Hello. Okay. Subtle passions. I'm ready. I am ready. Sexy. That's not a subtle passion. I don't know if I have that many of those. Oh, okay. You're into bubble look? The last thing I'm missing is the dress for that, apparently. Put this on. Yeah! Look how smexy. Yes, yes, yes. Might as well. Okay. Accessorize. Earrings. Necklace. Not that. Other necklace. Gloves. Was perfect. Perfect. Good. And do... I guess the mermaid is considered a sexy... The sexy fit. Blue eyes. And take that off. And put the dark lipstick. Perfect. I can have one more accessory. One more accessory. This. Okay. This is sweet. Fresh fur. Elegant. Fresh. That one. Cool. Oh my god, this one's gonna be difficult. Anyway, my fit was nice. Fuck you. Just don't want to give my outfit points. Fuck you. if this was actually a challenge, like real fashion instead of points based, I would have won. You didn't even show anything. What is your style? The fact that it's like a style challenge is like, it's more like, let me judge what you make. Which is bull. Malarkey. Can I not? This way? No. Then you go this way. And then when you come here, go down. But then you have to turn this way. There's trees in the way. Because otherwise you won't. That's the answer. You just go this way and that way. But I can't put it under. This is not enough to go this way. Is it? Oh yeah, that's fine. That's fine? Yeah. Whatever. Go fast though. Hurry up. Ah, yeah. I didn't... You see this? Ah! This is not enough things. Go that way then.
Shh, silence. Yeah, silence. It's me.
Why? This trickery. Trickery! Silence! Move it, bitch! I still think the styling challenge, they should show me what outfit
This
I'm
month, the
competing
total number
against.
of wishes dropped by 3%.
It's not a challenge
The wishes
if,
wishing orb ratios fell.
like,
Bizarre
this is just
wishing
you
orbs
judging my
increased by
outfit.
0.3%. Desperation orbs significantly
Poorly at
decreased.
that.
Strange. The wishing orb pipeline has been making creaking noises lately, indicating signs of aging. It needs...
Director! Director! Power, power, power!
What's wrong, Vabibo?
The
Get
baby.
shocked?
The baby
No, we're running out of power. The battery pack is down to 1%, and the Research Institute took all the charging station batteries, every one. Without replacement batteries, the center's equipment will shut down.
I understand. Hold on. Let me think.
No time to think. I'll lead a team to the Institute and get those batteries back. I can't believe that useless Research Institute needs so many batteries. It's so infuriating.
Have you thought of not using
Why
batteries?
do they need so many batteries?
Plug them in.
Excuse me, I'm Nikki, the stylist. Are you Director Boboda?
Geroda took off his friendship
Hello,
hat.
Human stylist
That means I
I've
could take
never
mine
met.
off, right?
And... Geroda. I
Why
see new
bullying
patches on
Geroda?
your cloak.
Boboda.
You're clipping.
Your patchwork's improved since you were little. For the past several years,
He's
the
been
Wishmaster
patching
hasn't
himself since he
interfered
was
with our
little.
work.
That's fucked
If you
up.
still
You
want
guys
to
know how
apply,
fucked up that is?
You're welcome anytime.
Thank you, Boboda. But right now,
Boboda.
I don't need that.
I like boba.
You two know each other?
Geroda and I are about the same age.
But completely different.
They both have freckles on their noses.
Because our experiences and ambitions are quite different. He wants to be a Feywish knight. A bit of an odd wish. But in this world, there are many bizarre wishes. One
Super
more won't hurt.
disguise.
Are you Geroda's
disguise
human friend?
time. Wiggle,
Yes.
wiggle, wiggle,
I'm Stylist
Wiggle,
Guild
wiggle,
official
wiggle,
investigator
wiggle.
Nikki.
wiggle, wiggle,
And Geroda
wiggle,
is my
wiggle,
assistant.
wiggle, 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 wiggle,
We're
wiggle,
investigating the
wiggle,
mysterious
wiggle,
coma
wiggle,
incidents
wiggle.
and need to speak with Afubo at the Wish Auditing Station.
I understand. You need an entry permit for the auditing station. Even though you're friends with Geroda, I can't just issue a permit lightly. The auditing station is where all wishing orbs get a final check, and for our operations, it's a crucial step. I appreciate your role as an investigator, but first I need to verify your identity. From what I've heard, Stylists Guild investigators are known to be highly skilled.
Here we go. I've heard that before.
Oh, great.
Stylist Nikki, as director of the inspection center, I ask you to demonstrate your skills.
You want real skill or you want points? Alright. With that, we have to switcheroo. It is time, guys. Wolf is officially ready. Supposedly. Gotta change titles. Teaching at Wolf's Light Art. I'm gonna put teaching in quotations. All right. I have to do a bit of moving. I gotta move my tracking device behind my drawing monitor, which is on a different table. And then I also gotta move chat over. So I can see what you guys are talking about. Done. Okay. Gotta close this game. Photoshop. And obviously gotta set stuff up. I hope this pin is working. Okay, it is. Good. It hasn't been charged in a while. Swing that way. Close. This over here. And pencil new. That one will work. Pretty good. And then hold on. I've got 3 streams going. Ah! Here. Give me the chat window. Hello. Chat. Oh no, it's too tall. Crap. I can't move my window. I guess you guys are just gonna stay there and I can't see. Ah! Ah! I can't move my stream window. Wait, let me fix stuff. Stuff. Hold on. Flex. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put Wolf Stream in the background. My window will go above my head, and then we'll put wolves. Where'd he go? In the back. Hello. I'm fixing. I guess I don't need your react because you're on screen technically. I'm gonna shrink my window maybe.
And I got your message. Everything came back.
This was your idea. I will draw on a tiny screen, I guess. So, Wolf, tell us what program you are using for the rest of the class.
We'll be using Chrome, and this is what somebody will use because I haven't I don't know much of other ones. The only other art program that I know was Clip Studio, but that one I'm pretty sure.
Clip Studio, yeah, it's subscription based actually.
It's really nice though, but I think do not start with that one just in case I don't want to pay money. Once I get my drawing tablet, but
You're drawing with a mouse?
I can play with board like that. Remember I was playing the PC with everything.
Yeah. Oh god, please don't drop. No.
I fixed it. So apparently, OBS, they have a new update and it doesn't work well with the anti-cheat. So you can't capture with the game capture.
I have mine on game capture. I cannot get this to fit in here. Huh? Yeah, it's updated. I tried to update everything.
That's just what they told me when I deleted it.
Does Valorant let you play without anti-cheat? I accidentally locked this. No wonder you guys can't see anything.
But yeah, because I joined their Discord yesterday when I was trying to figure it out. They were like, yeah, it's been missing. So I guess you're just you just delete the game capture and use a window capture and get that.
Alright. Oh, good God, my neck. No, I don't want that over there. I want that over here. I just clicked the wrong thing. I'm sorry. Okay, chat. Why is it doing that? Does everything look fine? My head doing weird things, chat? Alright. Did you pick what we are drawing today? So, I will say, if you don't know where your stabilizer is, if you're using something touchscreen, it makes it lines like really wobbly. I don't have a paintbrush. Hold on. Oh, I was gonna share my screen with you on Discord. I forgot to do that. Oh no, my Discord's under the window. Hold on. That's not Discord. Share screen. This one. Don't need audio. Let's see how crazy this gets. Okay. That. It could be. Not hearing Wolf? Yeah, hold on. I didn't switch Discord yet. There you go. Speak for us.
Hello. How is everyone?
Does he need to be turned up, guys? He's kind of quiet. I'm gonna turn him up. Turn the volume there. All right. So Wolf was supposed to pick something for us to draw. Oof.
Drawing tablet's
Malception.
up. Let's go.
Huh?
I got the drawing tablet set up.
All right, let's go. You got your drivers installed?
Yes.
Good. All right, so first you need to open a new document.
Open a new
I take it
document.
I don't need to tell you how to do that. Do I need to tell you how to do that?
I don't know anything.
Okay, hold on. I can't see. Let me hide chat for a second. So you're going to
Also-
go to where it says start and click new image.
Okay. Start new image.
That still didn't move chat so I can move it. Hiding things. Okay, that should have popped up a window. You can just set it to whatever the defaults are. Because we're just going to do some... We're going to do some practice for now. It did not open, like, settings menu.
It did. Shall we change this to my whole display that I have?
Maybe.
Instead of just...
But this should be the only time. Well, maybe. I haven't used Krita and since I bought my drawing monitor, which was ancient history. I got my drawing monitor when I got my dog. And obviously, one memory is going to be more favored than the other.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh. Sometimes I run into an issue where the pin doesn't draw with this. Okay. Oh, no. Where's the undo button? I gotta move my keyboard over so I can use shortcuts.
Yeah, I kind of just stole the board from my keyboard to use for the mouse. I mean, the pad.
All right, there you go. So right now it's just asking you what resolution you want. If you want to do a model, it's asking you what kind of colors you want to use. Do you want to use the RGB, red, green, blue? Or do you want to use CMYK, which is computer colors? Computers don't use RGB, so it's going to look different depending on what system somebody's looking on, essentially.
Okay.
So you don't have to
I
mess
guess
with that.
Yeah, that sounds better.
Just leave it alone. We'll just stay RGB. But that's basically what it means. It's just like what the color codes are going to be.
Thank you.
So
All right, okay.
Get out of that select thing and just hit create at the bottom.
Okay, create.
There's a lot of other templates there. That's for various not drawing things.
Various not drawing. Understood.
Okay. There you go. Congrats. You have a document. You have brush selected. If you would like, go ahead and do a little scribble. Doodle something. Draw us a smiley face. All right, so you see how your lines can be kind of jagged?
Mm-hmm.
Because of how the touch screens tend to work, specifically mine probably has a stabilizer on right now. Smoothing for me, that's up where you can't see. I don't know if Krita has added that since, but basically it's so that the pin doesn't pick up every twitch that your hand does.
Okay.
Like a pencil would. Like it anchors your point instead of, you know, following every slide because screens are smooth, so it slides around and you end up like with lines like this when you're trying to draw a straight line. Wait, you should be able to see my whole thing. So this up here for you, that's what I'm talking about. This is smoothing. So basically gets nice clean lines versus if I turn this all the way off.
Okay.
The lines, you see all the pixels in there?
Yeah.
Essentially.
I see what
All right, so the basics. Where do we start, chat? So, what do you know about drawing? What have you drawn in your life? Give us your best doodle.
Okay. Need more room. We'll go right here. All right. This is gonna be. I need an icon. Oh, actually, I have a Kirby in front of me. I'm gonna try to draw a Kirby.
You're gonna draw Kirby?
Yes, I have one right in front of me, so I'm gonna do my best. Kirby would be mad at me. All right, my Kirby.
Not bad. It could have been worse. Eyes are a little creepy. So I think the first thing we need is up top, you see opacity.
Mm-hmm.
That will let you change how dark your pencil is the easy way. So it will lighten it up so that we can create a sketch layer.
Okay. Do I need to change that right now, or?
If you would like, we're going to start with the sketch layer. So if you have picture emote, go ahead and pull that, show that for us on screen so we know what we're doing.
I have to pull it again. I closed that in the file.
I think I still have music going for you guys.
Do you think you have music going? No.
I have music going for them, yeah.
I have music going. Did I download the image? You fracture. I didn't download it. I was
Okay.
looking at it on Twitter.
Did you bookmark it or like it or something?
I'm gonna go check right now.
Otherwise, I'm gonna pull an image and we're just going to go it, or we can use my reactive. Pick one of those two.
I'm over here trying to type with a keyboard that has no power to it.
My head is freaking out, guys. It does not like the side of my face. I should move this while Wolf's working with stuff. Hold on.
Yes. I'm sorry, everyone.
I'm kind of facing at an angle anyway, so it might be better over here. Whoops. Okay. That might be better for you guys.
Okay.
You find something?
Yes. I found the whole thing. I just downloaded the whole thing for right now. All the emotes.
All the emotes? No, just one emote.
Well,
We're gonna focus on one today.
What did I just
Clearly, it's time to draw Momo. You guys want me to draw Momo? From memory of no less? I'm gonna draw an oval, little ears. He's got like this.
I'm trying to see if I could pin it to the top.
Push the button on my pen. He's got little ruffles around. Yay!
I cannot pin it. Okay, well, I will just show. For the one I was thinking, because I was like, I want to start off with something that I feel would be easier for me to
There
do.
you go, guys. This is my Momo.
And what better way than this one right here, this little guy.
You want the smash one? Or the tiny one?
Smash.
What are you picking? Zoom it in.
M4. It's this one.
Zoom in on it. There's a percentage down at the bottom.
Is it not zoomed in for?
Zoom in on your thing. There you go. And pull it up. Fill the screen with it.
Fill the screen with it?
Yep.
Where'd it go?
File.
There you are.
There's supposed to be a quick button to erase everything. I don't know what it is. Again, disclaimer. I don't usually use Photoshop. You were fine on the screen that you had it. You didn't have to put it all the way on your screen.
Full screen, so I pulled it. What is this?
You gotta remember, I'm watching on your Twitch, so there's a delay
do you
for
want me to
me.
share screen for you?
No, because I have too many screens happening. Are we drawing the meme?
No, I don't know why it switched to this.
So
Right,
go ahead and have
okay.
your reference on screen somewhere for you. It should stay in front.
Is there a way to pin it? I don't see a way to pin it on.
Is that your drawing window?
This window?
Yeah, or is that like your image windows?
Like this window right here? Yeah, this is just
What is
me
that
going into my
noise?
documents. Noise.
Something's connecting and disconnecting. All right.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Did I
So if you
copy
just put
something?
that somewhere on... There should be a reference tab or something. Image. Well, I don't know if my drawing app has one of those, but sometimes some apps let you have a reference image up. I don't know what that is for Krita. You would have to Google it. Because again, I don't use that. I don't even use the one I'm using as an example right now, to be honest. So if you have a second monitor, just put that up on the second monitor.
Yes, I will do. I'll do that right now.
And I will pull it up on my phone. Can you send me that image?
Yes.
Scuff is scuff, guys.
For sure.
Scuff is scuffing. So
No wonder my keyboard's not. I keep forgetting I'm using it.
my views on things do not reflect that of all artists out there, obviously. There are some people that think they can copyright a base luckily, the artist that made these emotes has specified that you can use it for commissioning people to make emotes for them, and you can trace over them. That is for this artist specifically. If you guys don't know, it's Lulumon, right?
I think so, yeah.
Lulumon on Twitter. They have a bunch of base emote bases that you can either use for yourself or to do commissions and what have you. They have approved you tracing them. There's nothing much to trace on base emotes in general, and unless they're like are you losing messing with your connections of things?
Maybe.
Is that my computer that's doing that? Hello? Maybe. Maybe. All right. So what we're going to do first is we're going to sketch out our main shape. So generally heads, we can start with a circle.
Wait, should I delete all of this really quick?
Yes.
Okay.
And you can turn your opacity to whatever opacity you would like it at.
All right. New. We just make a full new one. You said bring the opacity down. Put it at 40.
New layer. Okay. You can set it wherever you want it to, because we can change the opacity of our layer later.
Okay. Well, I'll put it on 20 then. What does this look like? There we go.
Okay. I'm going to change the size of my brush somewhere so that you can see it a little better.
Okay.
All right, so first, heads, we usually start with a circle.
No, that's not a circle. Drawn everything but a circle. I cannot draw a circle. No.
Big shapes. Full arm. Control Z to undo.
My mouse are
You have to have room. All right, get some practice circles in there. Just quick circles. Go on, you can get a circle. It doesn't have to be perfect. This is a sketch layer. This is our base. This is what we're gonna build up from.
Why is it so flat? It's like it's sitting on something.
You're drawing an oval.
I'm trying.
Use your whole arm when you draw. Don't
My
use your
whole arm.
wrist because you're gonna make flat shapes. Bigger motions.
There we go. Oh.
There you go. That's better. We are now drawing a riverbed.
Oh yeah, pebbles. Who knew
There
it'd
you
be this
go.
hard? Okay, there we go.
All right, so when drawing a head, you have to think about the size, like head, the shape of a skull. So with the shape of a head, we're going to also have a jaw. Not like that. That's too much. My phone went off. So we're going to draw a little bit of a cheek here. Just a little bit down.
Wait, opacity. And a little bit of a
Oh, where's
cheek.
the eraser? Control Z. I don't know where my eraser is. Oh, there it is. I found it. Okay. Go ahead and add your little cheeky bit.
Little cheek.
Yep, a little bit of a cheek. Okay. A little more cheek.
A little bit more of it.
There you go. That's good right there.
Okay, okay. No. I just happened. I clicked something and it started drawing. There we go.
Alright. And we got an ear off to the side there. Got an eyeball that hangs just a little bit over our cheek. That's not very good. I clicked something.
Did you click?
Browse. There's a buttons on my pin, my stylus.
What? Oh, I found the undo button. I draw an oval, please. I mean a circle. There we go.
For the record, I really hate digital art. I'm better with a pencil. More control there.
I could understand it. I can see what you mean.
Yep. You can scan images into these programs and put it in the background and color over them. Some people do that. You got your eyes?
Okay, and make another eye now.
And then your mouth. This looks really creepy. I think I'm using like a soft brush. It looks like.
Her eye
This
is so
isn't
hard to
working now.
draw.
Oh, that's the eraser. That's why. General brushes. Hard round.
That's good enough.
I went to the eraser. There we go. Bring my size down a little bit. Okay, don't forget your eyebrows up top. I try to redo this mouth real quick. It is super hard to see. And the image that I was sent, guys, is pixelated. I'm going to redo my eyes. Alright, now we're going to do the body. So, as you see in your reference, there is a little bit right here. Pin, hello? Oh, it is me disconnecting. There's a short in something for me. There's a little piece here that is not there in your reference. So what we're going to do is you're going to find your eraser button. It looks like an eraser. We're gonna erase that out. It gives us the illusion of a neck. And you switch back to your paintbrush. You can erase your guideline from where the main circle is, too. And then we're going to draw our body with an arm and an arm. And then like this. That was too big. Why no move? My moving button doesn't work. There we go. Hello? Whatever. What are you doing? Okay. You satisfied with your main base sketch? Oh, you're cut off the screen a little bit. Biff, did you mute yourself somehow? Hello?
I lied. I did mute myself. How long have I been muted?
This entire time.
I've been saying stuff, and you would start the next part, and I'd be like, okay, this and this.
I couldn't hear you. What button do you have set to your mute? You gotta
It's
change
on
it.
top. No, it's on top of the mic, but I can't see the light from it.
How are you hitting your mic?
I was readjusting it, and I guess I touched the button, the light.
Alright. So, are you satisfied with your sketch or do you want to try again?
I think for a first try, I'm satisfied.
Okay. So, you're gonna go over to your layers. Do you see anywhere where it looks like this over here?
Yes, this or I think.
So what you're looking for is this little plus button that will add you a layer. You can select this and turn down the opacity of this layer if you had drawn like I did, and that would just lighten it up. Like that.
Okay.
So on our new layer, make sure you have that highlighted and it is current layer.
Mm-hmm. It is.
We are going to start making it look like you. So if you've got a picture of yourself, pull it on up for yourself.
I have that for sure. Pictures.
The way I do it is I do it layer by layer. So I start with my body shape and I color that in. So we're going to select our new color. If you have your... Depending on the program you use, you can actually use this eyedropper to color pick somewhere. So if I do this color and I have switched to this, I can use this dropper and I can go over here, pick up that color, and it switches it back to the one I originally had. Or the one I picked up.
That's cool. That is cool. I don't know if I can do that. Let me see.
You don't know if you can
I can't
color
take it
pick?
from that.
No, you can. It has to be from the program.
Oh.
So you're going to eyeball the color using your sliders to find that color that you're looking for.
Okay.
This is just going to be the color I'm going to go with.
Is this just for the hair for right now then, or?
I'm doing skin.
Oh, you're doing skin? Oh, okay, okay. Oh, draw. No.
So the slider at the bottom of those 3 sliders,
Mm-hmm.
those are going to let you change the tint, the height, the hue, and the shade. Tint is with white, so that's the one that's white on the right side. Shade is mixed with black. That is the one in the middle with black on the right or left. Don't ask me. And then hue is that top slider. So that's the hue within that like small range there.
Okay.
So if you find a color and you're like, man, if this was like a shade darker, you're going to take that middle slider and slide it towards the black. That will give you shade. If you want it brighter, you're going to go to tint, which is the one with the white, and slide it to the right, towards the white. Or if you want less tint, away from the white. You see how it changes the color a bit?
Yeah. That's cool. Okay, that's actually really cool.
All right, so once you've selected your color, what I want you to do is I want you to find your sketch layer. Make sure it is on top of what you're doing.
The sketch layer on top? So like the one I did first?
Yes. That is so that if I draw underneath, I can still see it on top of it. So that puts your sketch above.
Okay.
So that as you're coloring things in, you can still see those lines that you're doing, that you're trying to follow.
Got it.
So first things first, I'm going to draw the outline of our main, our sketch there. There should be a fill tool. You can use the fill tool, but it's kind of janky. Doesn't have to be perfect. Your sketch is a mere guide. It is not written in stone.
Got it.
If you look on my screen here, you see this gap. If you use a fill tool, that gap is going to cause you to fill in all this space.
So just make sure it's all connected then?
Yep, basically.
Okay.
So that's where it's a good point to not follow your sketch in this case. You can connect your lines. You don't want to overdraw your sketch too much because it can start to look kind of stiff.
What do you mean, like overdrawing it?
Overdrawing, like reworking something so much that it looks pretty, like the feeling of it is missing. So we call that stiffness, essentially. So like if you're drawing a person, the pose can feel very like the person that you're drawing is really tense, essentially. And it kind of loses the fluidity of movement. Movement isn't literal movement in this, but rather the suggestion of movement. So, like a skirt twirling or, I don't know, a ball bouncing.
Okay. I think I get what you mean.
So, like, to draw a ball bouncing, this is the main, not that. A main shape of a ball tends to be a circle, but when it hits the ground, it's a flat oval. When it's falling or bouncing back up, it's a tall oval. So we draw like motion movements. And then that would be like animation, frame by frame.
Okay.
All right. So next,
That makes sense.
we're going to fill in. I don't know what the fill tool is on this app.
I think it's this one. Yeah. Fill.
The app I use is just you drag the color and drop it in. I'm going to be very vague with my motion. So you do whatever. I'm just going to like scribble in a suggestion of color. So mine's going to look very artsy fartsy. When you have your opacity down, if you notice on your sketch layer, that has created some spots where the colors tend to overlap. So it makes little spots. Safi, hello. I did not hear the alert for that. Hi, guys. Safi, look away. I don't want you judging me for what I'm telling Wolf. You should have asked Safi. Safi's a better digital artist.
Maybe for another one. Do I need to fill in these little white outline that's here?
Yeah, so that is exactly why we don't like the fill tool. Because it never fills in all the way. Yeah, it seems like my sound alerts aren't up. I gotta go close Safi's window. Sound alerts. Hold on.
Okay. Be filling in this.
Streamer login. What the fuck? They changed the window. That was weird. Okay.
There you go.
That should work now. What program is it on? Wolf is using Krita because it's free, and I'm using an old version of Photoshop. I usually use Procreate. All right. So we got our skin layer. I'm going to add a new layer, and visually, what do you think would be next layer on the screen?
Clothes.
Okay, what is the bottom? Clip Studio's fill tool doesn't do the white outline. Everyone using different programs. Yeah, it's a lot of guesstimation. Figure out your own buttons kind of thing. You forgot your ear on your skin.
Good. Then you go back to the other layer. Why does it want to be an elf ear?
You can give yourself an elf ear. It's fine.
I guess that is true.
It's your own ear. You can do whatever you want with your ear.
I'll make it like this right now.
So your bottom layer would be like blue, right? Does your character have blue jeans? What is
I
your
guess they're
pants?
blue jeans, yeah.
Can't stick around. Heading outside. Bye. Have a good one. I didn't expect you to stick around. Anyway, it's good. All good. So we're going to pick a jean color. We're going to color in some pants here. Because of the shape that it wants us to have for your emote here. Where's my paintbrush? We're just going to paint over. Well, I am. This is just how I do it. Paint over that shape where pants would be. Color it in. Doing it the way I do, gosh. You sometimes get spots like this,
Mhm.
where you miss colors. So it's not an effective way to do it the way I do it. But with the emote, I personally am not that bothered by missing holes.
Alright, so just cover in the bottom though.
Yep, so just draw yourself a pant shape. And then your top is like a lighter blue, right?
Yeah.
Underneath your coat. Remember where your chin is when you draw in that. Whoop. Here. Color it in. These are technically on the same layer for me because in the way my brain does it is just it happens to overlap. This is like one piece to me. So it's not meant to be separated. But again, you learn your own kind of process. Thank you. Bye-bye. As you go. And then your jacket. Swat. I'm going to take a little bit of the sleeve there. I'm going to overlap some of the jeans. And then color that in. Color it in. And we got clothes. Is there any weird details on your jacket?
Just the straps, really.
Looks like you've got a blue hood. I don't have a reference image
Oh
of
yeah,
your
wait, I
model.
forgot. Here, I'll send it to you.
So I'm gonna take that same blue of the t-shirt.
Alright, so
And
I
I'm gonna
lied,
do
I keep forgetting my mouse.
a little bit lighter. Just for depth. And I'm gonna make the illusion of a hood. Where's my brush? So I'm just gonna take it and go like this. Like a little rectangular looking shape.
But I can't send it because my keyboard's not attached.
Erase where the chin is.
Oh wait, I can just show you on the screen here. Pull it back up for you. Here we go.
Can you pull it over a little more?
Pull it over, yeah.
Pull it over your head. Oh, you have gray pants, not blue pants. There's more gray
like,
than
they're
blue.
fair, yeah, I guess.
Whoops, that's the eraser.
I'm gonna leave it how I have it. So I'm not gonna go back and redo the pants. At least not right now. It won't be
So
too hard. I just draw.
there's a lot of detail in your code. It gets lost when you are drawing tiny. So a lot of people, what they'll do is they'll simplify it. So either they will just do like a splotch of color. To suggest that there's supposed to be something else there.
Okay.
So I'm gonna add like, that's your glove. Make your hands a little bit bigger on mine. By color picking your skin tone. Whoops. Making the arm a little bit bigger.
Wait, how do you get white?
White?
Yeah, you just move everything fully over.
What? You color, you make white. You just grab white.
Oh yeah, I could have grabbed all of this. Okay.
Man, I cannot turn. Part of the reason I don't use this drawing monitor is because I move my drawing surface so much. I don't leave it sitting in one spot, so this drives me crazy.
What?
I don't like relearning processes that have already worked for me. And then I'm gonna go back to my clothing layer here. Gonna color pick that gray of the pants. And I'm gonna put that a little bit underneath where we've drawn hood. So color pick up this gray. Make sure you're not tapping where your sketch layer is, because that color is different than this color.
Okay.
Go back to my pen. I'm gonna shrink the size of my pen just a little bit because mine is a little big. I'm gonna take it on the underside of the hood. Then I'm gonna bring that coat down some more. Whoop. Just kidding. Can you guys tell that the program I use when I color pick, it switches back to my brush? And then you've got like some orange streaks on your coat. I'm just going to throw an orange streak on just so that we know who we're looking at. So wherever you see it on your reference, are you just splotching your colors down?
Yeah, because I'm trying to see what they look like beforehand.
That is too white. Go back over to orange. Throw that on for us. I don't know where all these details were on his coat.
Pull it again.
It is very helpful to have a keyboard, for the record, so that you have quick keys to be able to switch between your brushes and etc.
Yeah, I'll most likely just gonna go and find that cord because I know I have it. I just probably put it in my closet when I was cleaning up.
Oh, so it's dots there. So we'll do dots instead. Brush. This gives us the illusion of wolf's clothes. And then we can do your hair. So for your hair, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the skin color, and I'm going to take it, and I'm going to bring it to this darker area. Oh, I hit one of the buttons on my monitor. My pen disappeared. Cool. My pen's not working now. It may have died. My pen may have died.
I didn't even think about my pen dying.
I don't think I can use mine if it's attached. My pen has died, so I'm gonna have to use my mouse now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm not using mine, but hey, that almost was me.
So this is gonna start looking even more scuff. Where are you getting this dark blue? What are you doing with this dark blue?
Because that's what the color made the pants. So I was like, might as well keep it going. I was trying to get a different color, but I was like, it's not getting it for me. So
Thanks for the Larkios.
Alright.
Very nice. If you want, you can put the 1 over there, but honestly, that detail's gonna be lost.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, but I will not.
Okay. So go ahead and pick a color for your hair. And where's... As I keep switching. And we're gonna draw that your floof now.
Oof. Just a little bit. No, wait. What can I grab from here?
So you can also just move to the triangle and pull it up towards the black, which is the same thing. It's just specified on your sliders which way you're going versus like guesstimating where you're dragging that.
Okay, okay. I think I'll go with this color then. Yeah.
Chat, I gotta hide you guys for a second. I can't see the shape of his hair. All right. So your hair. Your forehead starts really high on this, so what we're going to do with your hair is it's going to be tiny.
Okay.
So your hair, we're going to start like here. The middle, really close to the top line. You're going to draw a vague shape of that. Oh my god, I cannot draw with a mouse. Chat, help. Too bold cut. I am pain. I am suffering. I want my pen back. My gosh.
You not have an extra or something to charge it with?
It's confused where my monitor is. It's like over on the wrong screen currently. Give me a second. I gotta mess with settings on my thing.
No worries.
Go ahead and color in your hair.
Fail.
Color in your hair.
Yeah, I'm doing no, just tracing the white line.
Chad, don't freak out. Areas screen. This screen. Okay. It has put my pen on the correct screen now. Everything has been moved.
Well, thank you for the alert, Yes. I just saw that.
I'm gonna color that in. Glad you picked a scuff emote.
Scuffed emote for a scuff stream.
Let's see, did you have... No. So, I'm gonna fix this shape for myself a little bit.
Okay.
To create the illusion of your hair being swept back, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull it down a little bit. We're going to create a little bit of a shape and then draw up.
Oh. I forget a part of the white. I did. I see it.
And we don't have line art yet, so don't freak out. We're going to add line art here after. And I'm going to do it really scuffy style just to go with the whole scuffness of this piece that I've done. Take that up a little bit. There we go. All right, now we're gonna grab white for our eyes. This style wouldn't have a color, but you can take some artistic liberties, and if you would like, what you can do. Whoops. Pull that up. Gonna put our eyes on a separate layer here.
Oh, okay. Another layer.
Gonna color in white. This is a lot of digital drawing is Control Z until you get the shape you want. Color in the eyeball. Other side. Color in the eyeball. This is killing my wrist. This is worse than me drawing with my normal tablet. And you can draw in your eyebrows, color pick your hair color.
All right.
And then for the pupils, you can do one of two things. You can just do the black dot like it does in the emote, or since your eyes are heterochromia, if you want to keep that, you can choose the color. Because even in your model, you don't have black pupils, you have orange and blue, but they're like darker. They're shaded. So you can select your blue, go down, and pick a bluish black to do for one eye. And then pull that slider down to your orange and do that for your other one. Again, details get lost and tiny anyway, so you could also just keep them black.
I'll make it just do little pupil colors. I was erasing this and it was throwing me off while I was making it brown. Until I remembered it's a layer. I was just sitting here like so confused.
And next, we're gonna start doing line art. So I'm going to take the size of my pen, and for the inside, I'm going to make it smaller. Just a little bit. Smaller than whatever I've been coloring with, like anything has definitive shape. So you can draw the outlines of whatever you want to draw the outlines of. So we're going to encircle our eye. Ugh. I think mine is too thick, so I'm going to lower it even more. Not that low. Your drawing tablet, is it one with a screen?
Mm-mm. It's just the tablet part. I'm looking at the piece, my monitor for the screen.
So mine's a monitor. So
Okay,
what that means for me is like where I'm clicking and where I see my pen touching is called parallaxing.
Parallaxing.
So the surface I'm drawing on, there's a gap between the surface that I see. So the space between the glass and the actual screen causes the pen to look like it's in a different spot. So I'm having trouble with adjusting my pen size because I don't know my shortcut for it.
Okay.
That's why what I was doing. That's gonna be still. Alright, so we're gonna do our outlines. Again, I'm making mine really scuff because, again, this isn't really going to be used. It's more for visually seeing what's happening.
Wait. Where's my...
the
Do I have a
Control
pencil?
Z.
Oh, pencil. Do I outline it with a pencil?
You can just use the paintbrush. Just turn the
Okay.
size down. So up next to where we saw opacity, you should see size. It says 40.00 pixels.
Oh, I see
Just
it.
drag that down.
And this, oh, that's so small. I need it black.
Okay, not that small. Too small.
Still too small? That's too big.
You were drawing with
There we go.
40 pixels, so I think you could go like 15 or 20.
Okay, I'm at 18 then.
That's good. So remember the hair shape? This is where I'm
Mhm.
going to add definition to my shapes. So to suggest that the hair is swooping, I'm actually going to do this. And add definition in here. Add little streaks to show direction of the flow. This is where suggestion of movement comes in a little bit.
Suggestion of movement. There we go. And then just lining everything then?
Yep.
Okay.
This is where we're creating more definition in our shapes. Ugh. I hit a button. Oh no. Ugh. That is good enough for me. Ear. If you want to add detail into your ear, you can do that by doing like a little thing here and a little swoop. That gives like ear shape, or you can just leave it solid. Some people just do a squiggle in there, like to show it's an ear.
Oh.
And then we're gonna do our mouth real quick.
I'm just looking at mine compared to yours. And...
Oh, don't compare yours to mine. Ow. This has messed up my wrist already, chat. Help. Ah.
Well, mittens, a little cool. Think.
There you go. If you want, you can add highlight time to swap hands. Oh god, that's worse than using the mouse. Oh my god. Oh, no wonder Sophie's got trouble with their wrist. My gosh. My gosh. If you want, you can add details into your coat there too.
Okay.
So, like, define your shapes a little more.
Just make like really small circles.
You can add that little detail of the fold in the coat, whatever it is, a seam. I don't know. And do your design.
Oh, I was here like, what do you mean?
And there you've got it. We're
I
going to
guess
turn
I'll
off
do
our
one thing.
sketch layer. And that's the final product. I'd have to play around with it to see how I can resize this. I think it's this.
I'm just looking
I'm not
at
gonna
it.
lie, your hair looks like a beret.
It does. You know what? We're gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep it. I need to fill in all my gaps now.
For the mouth, you could, what I'm personally gonna do is I'm gonna throw some white under it, like its teeth. You could also color it in. Draw a tongue, even. To show your mouth open.
Okay.
I'm on the wrong layer. Go like that. You can change your mouth shape if you want to. Whoops, that was the whole line art out layer. When I can't figure out what it's supposed to look like or I don't quite like it, I change the mouth shape a lot, so I do this.
Oh, so you just change. Okay, I see.
Yeah. Wolf wears the beret so you know they are in artist mode. Give yourself a paintbrush now.
Actually, not a bad idea. Wait, let me finish this hand. All right, I do want to get myself a little paintbrush.
Paintbrush is pretty easily. You can draw like a cone shape, and then a squiggly cone shape, and then a scribble. If you want, you can add a little paint drop on there.
Paint color.
Little brush and art palette. Oh, you want an art palette too?
All right, now I'm not asking too much.
Art palette's easy. So you draw like a kidney bean shape.
A kidney bean shape?
Yeah, like that. In the thumb hole. And then squiggles to show your paint colors. Man, Wolf jabbed his paintbrush into the blue paint.
I think it's suiting. It's fitting.
Now, the size of your canvas is too big for an emote. So you'll have to resize this.
Alright. Wait, how do I need more colors. I need more colors. Oh wait, I'm gonna just take the colors from me. I paint it myself.
There you
Wait,
go.
where's my mouse? There it is. I need white. Make a dot. It's blue.
Canvas size.
Well, these are kind of small, actually.
Background. Cancel.
I guess it doesn't have to be perfect. Just add some colors like this. There we go. Okay. And you said I had to do. Wait, I need to erase all these color swatches on the site. Size, make it bigger. And I need white. Well, I mean, I guess I could just erase.
For Twitch to recognize your emote, you have to have your canvas size in a square shape. So you're going to find your crop button. Oop, to zoom in.
You have to find my crop button.
Yeah.
Let's save this.
I
have no
1, 2,
keyboard.
3,
Save after.
4, 5, 6. The 7th button under your paintbrush. Hold on, don't save it yet.
Okay, 7th button under paintbrush. Oh, this one.
It looks like cropping.
I got it.
Okay. So go ahead and squeeze that down.
All right.
So the height and the width have to match numbers.
Is there a way to check that?
So when you were dragging, it showed you the numbers.
All right.
So grab an edge, and I think your height is too small. There. Yeah, your height's too small. So you want your numbers to match. So you're going to drag the tall part down or up. Both directions. You don't want it wider, you want it taller. Okay, let go. Let go of a corner. Grab the middle square at the top or the bottom. Because you're making it wider and you're making it need to be even taller.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see now. Let me make this part taller. All right, now the bottom. Ha! I messed up. I did something wrong. Okay, so I need the height to be all.
Mine had a text box. Do you see a text box with numbers anywhere on your screen?
No. Okay, wait. I got it though. All right, perfect. Wait, but I didn't save the crop. Okay.
Get it?
Yeah. What do I do now? Because I thought switching off would save it, but it did not.
Hit enter. That do anything?
I'm gonna need to unplug my drawing tablet really quick.
Future note. Downstill the cable from your keyboard.
Yeah, for sure. Okay.
There you go. All right. So down under your layers, I want you to find your sketch layer and hit the eyeball next to it. You see how mine have these eyes? If you click those, it turns off that layer so that you can't see it. So I want you to find your sketch layer, turn it off, and I want you to find background and turn that off. Go down to your background.
Life.
Those
Yeah,
squares means transparent. That there is no background. So that is what your emote's going to look like. It looks like you did not fill in your eyeball all the way.
It just noticed that. I was like, what is that?
That is where there is no white for your eye.
Alright, I think it's
Make sure
good.
you're on the correct layer. You're on your sketch layer.
Oh, yeah.
So undo. Don't worry, that happens a lot where you draw on your line art layer or your sketch layer instead of where you're supposed to be. Usually you find out way later and can't undo it. The joys of digital art.
Why is it not letting me undo?
Because it looks like you may have clicked dots. At least 15 minutes later. Yeah, that's a long time in the art world, too. You could also just leave it. It just kind of drew over your line art a tiny bit, but you already got a scuff image anyway, so if it doesn't bother you, it's fine.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't bother me.
Wolf's just like, I want this to be over.
I'm enjoying it, though. It's nice, especially the
Alright.
first time.
Because we have a transparent background, this is important information. You're going to go to File, Save As.
Wait, let me switch. I'm basically done with the drawing tablet, so. Okay. File, save as.
To be able to save things with transparent backgrounds, you're going to look for PNG when you get that save window open. So under Save File, type As, click the drop down.
Mm-hmm. Oh, PNG.
PNG image. And then name your file. Make sure you're putting it wherever you want to put it. And hit save.
Yeah, it's fine there.
And if it gives you a how big you want it, I'm putting mine as medium.
I don't have a medium option. I have a 3.
So yours is just compression and stuff. That's telling you what size it will be.
Okay. Is it fine like this?
Yep.
Okay, so okay. I'm gonna save it as a crit file also. Okay.
Just hit OK. Yeah.
Okay.
That save as a Krita file just gives you the workable file saved too.
Okay.
Next, we're gonna open Twitch to see if it will take your emote size. So we're going to go to our Twitch page to add emotes.
Creator dashboard. Viewer rewards. Emotes.
So right here, or it says less than 1 megabyte. You can actually tell by going to your file that you just saved, wherever you saved it. I have no idea where mine put mine, actually. Flip. Recent.
Let's go.
Did it take it?
Yeah, mine took.
There you go. If you ever do it too big, you see how the transparent squares on mine are much smaller?
Mm-hmm.
That means my file is much bigger. So my canvas was huge compared to yours.
Oh.
Which is part of the reason why your lines are extra pixelated. To get the smooth image quality, you want a bigger canvas, and then you convert it by shrinking it down. I usually just Google how to do that, or you can use Windows. Windows lets you change the file size. But there you go.
Cool.
You've made
my email.
art emote for yourself. Everybody, round of applause. Yay. Baby's first art.
Thank you.
Yay.
Again, a bell. Oh, this is
Now
cool.
you can do any scuff emote you want.
I really am probably about to spend the weekend and just drop a bunch of emotes. They're gonna all, look, I'm gonna have a scuff army.
Scuff army?
The scuffed emote army.
What's your next challenge? Show us what you're gonna do next.
Let's see. What's another emote? I need to open it back up. I think I want to go with this one over here. The sleeping one.
A
I
sleeping
think
one?
this will be the next one I try.
Good. Simple, simple. Again, this artist lets you trace over it so you can get your basic shape and then add yourself over it, or you can use his as your quote-unquote sketch reference. But because his is not transparent, you would have to draw a sketch layer over it. That way you can put that on top and see what you're doing, like we did today. That one, if you put that as your sketch layer and tried to put that over the top of what you're doing, everything will show through it, or nothing will show through it unless you try to turn that opacity down like I showed you.
Make sure to do so then. And I now see the importance of multiple layers.
Yes, and multiple layers, super important for digital art. Make sure you're not drawing on your sketch layer, or your line art layer, coloring on your line art layer. It's good to name these things because as you get more confident in your drawing, you're going to have more and more layers, and they're going to have different effects. And one day you're going to find like a little speck somewhere, like here, and you're never going to know where this little speck is, and you'd be like clicking through thousands of layers trying to find that one little dot and never finding it.
That sounds stressful.
Yeah.
Sounds extremely stressful.
Yep.
I
Alright.
really like this. This is exciting. Well, thank you so much for your help, though, in teaching.
You
I
are
really appreciate
welcome.
it.
I'm going to send you the one I did because I have no use for this. So you can use it for whatever. I'm going to stop screen sharing.
Mm-hmm.
I have to find where my computer saved it, though.
No rush on it.
Me file save as again. On my computer. It went into a Creative Cloud folder. I don't know where that is. I found it. Here you go.
Thank you, thank you.
Enjoy.
Appreciate it.
Free
I don't
art.
know why, but the one you drew reminds me of something, but it reminds me of Bakugo.
Bakugan, why?
I don't know why. I think the jacket. It just
What's
makes
wrong
me
with my
think of his.
jacket?
No, nothing's wrong with it. It just makes me think of his jacket.
Alright, are you gonna be streaming anything else?
I'm trying to decide if I want to do. No, actually, I'm not gonna do Vel. I'm gonna do Vel off stream. So yeah, I'm probably just gonna end it here.
Alright.
But
Well,
thank
I'm
you,
gonna
thank
also
you.
end my stream here because I got to go do a quick pickup. If you are playing
Mhm.
Val when I get off, I'll come join you.
Yeah, I mean, we can play a little later. I probably won't be on for like an hour or so, so just let me know.
YouTube closed my stream. It's probably because I went BRB and was playing music. Rip.
Mm.
YouTube kicked my stream. I might have gotten a
Well.
warning on YouTube.
Hopefully not, because YouTube's losing their control. Or, I mean, getting power hungry right now. So, all right. Well, I will talk to you later. I'm gonna go ahead and leave the call.
Bye.
Bye.
Alrighty, guys. Guess where you're gonna go? Bye, Ulysses. Great. I'm off screen. Hold. Hello. Hello. Put this back here. Ooh. Freaking out. Freaking out. That's good. Good enough. Okay, you guys are gonna go to Renji's stream. Have a beautiful time. Bye-bye.